your country. 5 countries are doing this, including the scientists in the Republic of Korea. What they're telling us, and I want you to spread this word to all of your friends and family, each person in this room today is an ecosystem. We're not talking about an analogy, literally an ecosystem. And that is our bodies, our semi-permeable membranes that are taking in the water from the planet, the molecules into our cells, tissues, and organs. 60% of the body is water. It moves our bodies. Then those molecules go somewhere else. It's taking in the elements from the lithosphere into our cells, tissues, and organs. The phosphorus in my teeth, that came from a mountain. The mountain was degraded by the hydrosphere, the waters, into sediment. Those elements then go into the soil, the plants, the animals, then into my tooth. Then they go somewhere else when they're done. They don't disappear. They're telling us, for example, that the body is changing every moment. The mature human skeleton, all of you have a skeleton, you know it's replaced every 10 years. The entire skeleton of your body is a totally new one every 10 years. The liver every year. The stomach every month. It gets more interesting. We're not alone in our own bodies. We're not alone. It turns out that there are millions of other creatures in our bodies. The fungi, the archaea, the bacteria, the viruses. And only 44% of the cells in the human body are human. The rest belong to these other millions of creatures. That's amazing. Only 20,000 human genes in the human body. Millions of other genes belong to these other creatures. So the United States, NIH, Korea, and 4 other countries have come together, and they're trying to tell us we're not alone. Everyone in this room today, we're part of a water planet. The hydrosphere is the first mover. It animates all else. And the great oceans, their health is the health of this earth. And so instead of being afraid of nature or trying to distance ourselves or hiding in the metaverse behind a screen because the planet's hydrosphere is revolting, that isn't going to work. We have to understand that we are part of an animated life on this planet. All of what I'm saying to you today has everything to do with saving the oceans. It's about the waters, but we have to have a larger narrative. We have to understand it. And this is where the Asian culture may be the lead for the 21st century. In the West, we have come to believe that human beings should dominate nature. It goes back to the Bible, Abrahamic religions. In the Abrahamic religions, you know, in the book of Genesis, the Lord says to Adam and Eve, I'm giving you paradise. You're in the Garden of Eden. Do not eat the apple from the tree of knowledge. I will expel you. Well, Eve eats the apple. The Lord expels Adam and Eve and says, now you will have to live by your toil. But I will give you, Adam, a gift. I will allow you to be the master of nature. Human beings will master and dominate this planet. That mandate, various incarnations in the West, culminated in the hydraulic civilizations, the age of progress, the fossil fuel industrial age, and it took our great oceans to a collapse and all the rest of the hydrosphere. And so, why do I say this? And Shintoism and Confucianism. If you look at Korea, language so that we could then share our knowledge and pass it on generation by generation and learn about the planet we live in. An opposable thumb in the most dexterous hands of any creature so we can make tools and technologies. And lastly, most important, we have empathic impulse in our neural circuitry, not up here, mirror neurons in our neural circuitry that allow us to empathize with each other and even our fellow creatures, to experience their danger, their grief, their joy, as if we are literally experiencing in our own body. This allows us to be the most
여러분 안녕하십니까? 2023 제17회 세계 해양 세션을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 저는 사회를 맡은 정혜리입니다. 반갑습니다. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Now let us start the fisheries session of World Ocean Forum 2023 under the theme Blue Food and Food Tech Innovation. For simultaneous interpretation, please use your receiver, tune it into channel number 2 for English. 네, 탄소 중립 시대.
So in this era of carbon neutrality, there is a growing attention on sustainable diet, which also shed a light on blue food. As you know, the blue food collectively refers to all the seafoods that are all the foods that are based on seafoods like the shell and also the fish, and it can minimize the environmental impact and known to be a very sustainable food. So with these blue food, various food technologies are also under development, and I believe that this will also contribute to the growth of the marine industries in Korea and also help us establishing a sustainable ecosystem for marine industry. So we would like to invite the moderator to the stage for the session. Ma Chang-mo, Deputy President of the Fishery Policy Research Department of the Korean Maritime Institute, will serve us as a moderator. Good morning. I am Deputy President of the Fisheries Policy Research Department of Korea Maritime Institute. Thank you very much for sharing your valuable time to be with us despite your busy schedule. I would like to thank all the speakers, panelists, as well as the participants on-site and online. World Ocean Forum 2023 began from 24th of October and was opened up with the keynote lecture by Dr. Jeremy Lifkin. Those who have missed this opportunity, I would like to sincerely ask you to listen to his presentation later because I believe that the message was really resonating and very impressive, that we can achieve sustainability through the marine environment. So this session is about blue food, food tech innovation. Recently, there was a data that if you don't consume seafood for a long time, then it is as harmful as smoking. So American Clinical Diet Society announced this result, and also Harvard and Stanford team. They established the 45 different kinds of the nutrients and made the comparative analysis, and they found that the seafood has a much higher value nutrition than other types of the protein foods, and also it has less environmental impact and environmental footprint. So this indicates that the seafood does have a multifarious values in this era of climate change and global warming. And also by utilizing the innovative food technologies, we can develop diverse kinds of the foods and therefore promoting the growth of food industry. Today we have a professor from Ewha University, and if you look at the findings of domestic researchers, seafood is also beneficial for reducing and preventing cardiovascular diseases for females. So compared to those who don't consume seafood, those who consume seafood do have the 27% better efficacy for CV disease prevention, and also it's effective to fight against the frailty and also the aging for the elderly patients. One of the most common diseases we see nowadays so with the prevalence rate of the 1 million is the neurology disorder, and neurology disorder can also be effectively prevented by consuming blue food, according to the findings of recent researchers. So this actually shed a new light on the value of seafood and blue food. And in this session, I believe that we can have valuable insight on the value of seafood and blue food and how we can develop more diverse kinds of the sea resources as food for people. So we have 3 presentations under this topic. And the first presentation will be about the market value-driven fisheries food and alternative food development. And this will be presented by Professor Lee Hae-sung. She is a vice editor of a renowned food journal and also served as a various positions in the food academic societies. So with that, we'd like to invite her to the stage.
네, 안녕하세요.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Lee Hae-sung of Ewha Women's University. Today, I'd like to talk about market value-driven seafood and alternative food development based on sensory and consumer science. And I'm currently heading food design and ergonomics lab. And I'm also working on taste and microbiome project. And I'm leading the government policy project. And today, my presentation will cover the areas of my research as well. Dr. Ma highlighted the nutritional value and functional value of seafood. And today, I'd like to highlight the importance of thinking outside the box. Blue food is also a type of food, and the value of food is found in the demand and consumption of consumers, and its value is granted by the consumers who actually consume the food. In order to understand the value of the market, we first need to understand the encounter between food and the consumers. We have to understand the innate and inherent value of food and attributes of the food, and we have to design food in order to respond to the demand of the market, the consumers. That is why I believe we should be based on science in designing food. And this requires to take a longer-term perspective to create a platform for basic research. Today, I'd like to share with you the case of Nofima. I would like to introduce their organogram in order to show you the fishery product research embracing sensory and consumer science. And I also want to stress the need for understanding the sensory organs of human beings and the need for basic research and sensory science for tailored and customized food research. Everyone knows what food is, but the characteristics of food are not determined by food itself, but defined by consumers who take and consume the food. Food is food only when it is consumed by consumers. Blue food is also a type of food, and as you can see, blue food is linked almost directly to the sustainability. And this is perceived as one of a very important values. That is why social acceptability or social acceptance is quite important. And people these days, because of the sustainability issue, they are accepting quite actively blue food. And blue food also offers functionalities for health, since it contains various components and ingredients and nutrients. But in order for such a material to be consumed as food, the price should be affordable and it should be easy to buy. More than anything else, it should be tasty. So generally, people do not like blue food because they have not experienced it. Some people would perceive the scent of blue food as a fresh scent of the sea, but some people would think, well, that gives off a bad odor. And some people believe that it tastes bitter, and some consumers might not like the texture. These values would greatly differ depending on the type of food. And each individual consumer, since they have different sensors and different senses and different types, different structure of the organs, might react differently to the same food. So I would like to emphasize that in order for the successful development and distribution of fisheries products and marine products, we need to understand the customer value. That's the way for us to grow the market and the industry. In terms of the innovation of food tech, many people have fully understood the need for high value-added products. And now I believe it is important for us to optimize the sensory food properties in line with the understanding of the type, concept, and quality elements of food customers like. We have to understand the unique preferences of each individual consumer so that we can optimize the sensory properties of food. So nutritional level and functionalities of seafood, blue food, have been highlighted and embraced broadly. And the importance of microbiome, not just xenotype, we fully understand. But the level of understanding when it comes to sensory organs is very limited. Eating behavior, what determines consumption and which will lead to the determination of our health. That is why this is critically important for us to understand the eating behavior of human beings in line with our understanding of sensory organisms. Sensory organs, only then we can succeed in innovation of blue food. At NOFEMA, over 300 expert researchers run over 600 basic research projects contributing to the development of the fisheries industry. There are 3 different divisions and 14 departments under the 3 divisions. They are working collaboratively and organically with one another, and each department has its own project out of the 600 basic research projects. For example, consumer food selection behavior, the sensory quality, and market research and design innovation. There is a dedicated market research division and the sensory research division, and they ran over 15% of the entire project run by NOFEMA. Although they are different in size, there are 4 key pillars in their research. To connect food system and the fishery products. What I'd like to focus here on is the research on the consumers and the food products. You'd think that sensory center is all about tasting, of course, but the sensory booth would test the taste, but that's only the beginning. They also collect the opinions and feedback of the consumers. They do not stop there, and they look into the sensory organs and the physiological connection between the food and the sensory organs, since there are advanced sensory testing equipment in the lab. For example, amino acid, if you handle it improperly, can create a bitter taste. For example, and the various lipid acid, if that is combined with amino acid, bitter taste can be generated. Then to such a bitter taste, the reaction from the body is that the first step, each and everyone has a different level of expression of genomic genes in the level of taste receptor. And at each cell level, they have a different level of activity. And the third step would be the organs like your mouth and your intestines. And the level of expression or the level of the taste detection would be determined by the level of microbiome activity. And through recognition process, you recognize that this tastes bitter. So based on this different level of sensitivity, how can we understand the different constituents of people? And this should serve as the information for us to develop a tailored and customized food product for each consumers. So far, such tailored and customized product has looked into genomic aspect, and through the adaptation into the environment, the genomic aspect has also evolved as well. And as we develop the industry with the sustainability agenda in mind, we should also understand how differently people consume food, perceive food, and understand food. And such understanding will be quite critical in innovating the food tech industry. This is what I meant by the basic research. That is why the Ministry of Oceans and the Fisheries are working on converging in food science with the consumer science. And this will also cover the marketing aspect of the industry, encompassing the entire process of a food product development. We talk quite a lot about sustainability these days. Developing products which will not be consumed in the market is a waste of money and time, and this will even undermine sustainability. So I believe that the development and use of fisheries products can be sustainable only when the consumer choices are guaranteed. So rather than from the perspective of a producer of seafoods, we should put ourselves in the shoes of consumers or general human beings, taking into consideration what functions we have and what kind of understanding we have and what kind of preferences we have. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Lee, for your insightful presentation. We say we have to consume seafood because it's good for your health. And if we say that we have to consume seafood because that works better for the world. But I think we have to think outside the box. We have to put ourselves in the shoes of the consumers, and we should be able to appeal to the palate of each consumer. Thank you. Let me turn to our next speaker.
연구원의 이제 그
So the second speaker is the Mr. Kim Bun-gun from Korea Food Research Institute, and he will be talking about the blue food technology. Especially, he has been heavily engaged in developing the so-called elderly-friendly food. I would like to invite him to the stage. Please welcome him with a big hand. Good morning. Very nice to see you. I have an updated version for my presentation, but I think that the presentation on the screen is a bit outdated. So can I replace it with the newer version?
반갑습니다. 방금 소개받은 한국식품
So, as introduced, I am Kim Bum-gun from Korea Food Research Institute. What I am going to present today is the consumer-oriented blue food technology. So, for the general food industry, in fact, the supply, distribution, and sales, they are all centered around suppliers. But I would like to talk about some new approach that focuses on consumer and having consumer-oriented approach. I'm sure that you all are aware of the importance of having more consumer-oriented approach. Here you see the contents of my presentation. So my presentation consists of 4 parts: blue food, food for the elderly, alternative food, and conclusion. So these are the topics that I will be talking about, and in particular how blue food and also food for the elderly, how will the future of these food, alternative food, be unfolded. So blue food, as you know, it refers to the foods based on captured or farmed seafood. And in US or in advanced nations, it's recognized as healthy diet. Recently, with the demographic aging and also with the livestock industry under a lot of threats, blue food is now emerging as a great food for the elderly, and in particular the food processing that include blue food, alternative food, and also the food for the elderly. They are now being emphasized as a solution to provide safe and healthy food and also to contribute to the improvement of the quality of life. So regarding the aging-friendly food, I will first talk about the population aging. So we actually experienced a very fast population aging. In 2018, we entered into the age society. Age society means that the more than 70% of the total population are over the age of 60. And super age society means that more than 15% of the population is over the age of 65. So in 2018, Korea became a age society, and by 2025, about 20% of the Korean population will be over the age of 65, and therefore putting Korea in the super age society group. And also by 2035 or 2050, you can see that it is predicted that 40% of the Korean population will be over the age of 60. With aging, there could be various health concerns following. First of all, we could have an eating disorder or a masticatory disorder. So eating disorder can be divided into three groups. The first one is in relation with the mastication. So mastication inefficiency or insufficiency. And we also have a swallowing disorder or dysphagia. And the third one is the digestive disorder, which is caused by the disruptions in digestive organs. As for the masticatory disorders, as you can see from the slide, you see that the teeth are distorted or missing, and also because of these deteriorating functions, dental functions, people have difficulty in masticating, and also the tissues surrounding lips are also changing and damaged. But with the prosthetics and also the implant, things have been improved. And the second is the swallowing disorder or dysphagia. I believe that the many elderly surrounding you, when they drink water, sometimes the water goes into the airway and causing the aspiration pneumonia, and eventually even sometimes the people die. So swallowing disorder could be a serious health concern for the elderly, and again this could be mitigated by the prosthetic and so on. But swallowing disorder sometimes cause mortality and death, and therefore it can be a pretty serious, dangerous disease. And the third is the digestive disorder. So with the digestive disorder, the essential nutrition could not be properly absorbed and distributed throughout the body, which causes the chronic diseases. And here you see the food tray. Two types of the food tray. One is for the general people, and the second is the food trays for people with the masticatory disorders or dysphagia. For the general public, you see that we just see normal foods, but for those who have the masticatory insufficiency or dysphagia, you see that most of the foods are minced and grounded to make soft. So if you have to be on this kind of soft food diet, then it can actually increase anxiety, and also it could deepen the nutrition imbalance and eventually negatively affecting the quality of life. So these eating disorders can often lead to various types of the chronic diseases. And here you see the prevalence of the chronic diseases for people over the age of 65. And you can see that more than 60% of the elderly population have more than three kinds of chronic diseases. And also 9 out of every 10 elderly, they have at least one chronic disease. So here you can see that eating disorder can be a very serious health concern. And also it can affect the metabolism and also immunity, and therefore make the elderly more vulnerable to infectious diseases and also the chronic diseases, and this could elevate the healthcare expenditure. As of the year 2022, you see that the per capita monthly medical expenditure for the elderly in Korea amounts to 420,000 Korean won. So I have conducted various researches to develop elderly-friendly food. And let's take a look at some researches that looked at the association between the elderly and blue food, and how blue food can contribute to the health of the elderly. In particular, some companies or agencies are trying to make blue food softer so that they can be easily absorbed in the elderly to provide the better nutrition. And here you see the Ministry of Agriculture, or the MAFRA's research projects, and they have also developed the various aging-friendly seafood, and about 150 kinds of the aging-friendly foods were certified by the ministry. And many of these elderly-friendly food include the seafood, like the fish and so on. And because of the fish bones, the elderly sometimes find it difficult to consume fish. So here you see that the fish bones are all removed so that they can be easily consumed and conveniently consumed by the elderly. And these are all seafood-based food. So including the porridge with the dried fish and so on. Next is the alternative food or alternative protein food. As mentioned by the previous speaker, this is a protein that will replace the existing traditional protein by utilizing the new material or new processing and manufacturing technology. So one of the key examples for alternative food is the cultured meat and plant-based protein as well as eatable insects. Recently, the alternative food is now drawing a global attention. Why? Because of the increase in global population as well as the livestock industry under a lot of threats. So just by relying on traditional livestock industry, we cannot produce enough meat to fulfill the needs for the global population. And therefore, alternative proteins are now rising in its importance. And as you could see from the recent outbreak of the lumpy skin disease, in fact, we see various infectious diseases for animal and livestock, including the African swine flu and also the foot and mouth disease and so on. And also, the livestock industry produces a lot of waste, including and also the carbon emissions. And therefore, I believe alternative meat will continue to rise and emerge as effective solution to address the environmental issues and also to fulfill the food demands that the humanity has. So there is a growing interest in sustainable food, and therefore I believe the alternative protein will continue to grow in size. Not just the Europe and also the US, the Korean government is also devising policies to promote alternative food. And with the regulatory framework in place, I believe this could facilitate the R&D efforts and expand the market in a quick and swift manner. So various technologies will be developed for this alternative food. And this will eventually lead to the development of the future-oriented food tech industry, which can effectively replace the traditional livestock industry. And therefore, I think it is very important for Korea to secure the technological advantages in this field. Next is about the association between blue food and alternative food. And let's take a look at the relevant industries. For seafood, using seafood as raw material, you can develop various types of the alternative foods. A company here using a plant-based tuna, they developed the new alternative food. And also this is the case of the American company that they use the tomato-based tuna or and also so-called like ocean hunger food. So, and the ISH company, they developed the plant-based salmon burger. And next is about the cultured meat or cultured seafood. As you know, the cell meat, they culture the cells of the dokdo shrimps in order to develop this kind of various cultured sea meat food. And also, some companies utilize seaweeds to produce various types of cultured food. And HN Novatech, I cannot elaborate each of these products. Later, he will give us very good presentation. But anyway, HN Novatech is a pioneering company that utilizes seaweeds to develop various alternative foods. Here you see the conclusion. I believe that blue food is a key contributor to the development of the sustainable food supply system because it has high nutrition value and low carbon emission. But despite these advantages, still we have a problem of the low consumer preference for blue food. So R&D has been lagging so far. But I believe that it does have a great potential for sustainable food. And therefore, I believe that with the blue food, we can develop and establish a very sustainable food ecosystem. And also you have to develop a database to raise the public awareness and also to provide the effective information to those who want to try these blue food. And also we have to conduct various researches in order to prove the nutritional values of blue food and also to refine and improve the foods so that it can have better taste, better textures that could cater to the consumer's needs. And also we have to work hard to promote public awareness for the nutrition and health benefits of blue food. And with that, thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Kim. Why don't you give him another round of applause for this great presentation. So we have had 2 presentations so far. So we talked about the blue food, food tech, consumer-oriented. So these are the key words for the 2 presentations. And also the functional food, alternative meat, and aging-friendly or elderly-friendly foods. We also cover these keywords as well. So for example, like the personalized food for the patient and for the elderly. And I believe that we have to think hard about how blue food can contribute to these areas. And last but not least, we would like to invite the 3rd speaker, Mr. Jung Yo-ul from Wellfish, will give us a presentation under the topic of the challenges of Wellfish.
And Wellfish was named as one of 1,000 future leaders business, and she is currently working on the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries project. And I'd like to invite Ms. Jung Yo-ul, CEO of Wellfish, onto the stage for her presentation. Good morning, distinguished guests. I'm Jung Yo-ul. I'm the CEO of a blue food startup, Wellfish. I'm very honored and privileged to be part of this World Ocean Forum. Wellfish was established in 2020, and I didn't have anything to do with seafood prior to the creation of the company. But now I am working on the development of seafood, and I'd like to share with you my journey and the various challenges and my challenge experience as well. I became interested in seafood back in 2016 when I was traveling Japan. I came to see that in the CVS store, the entire corner was dedicated to seafood. Anyone can buy quite easily the seafood, and I was wondering that Korea was surrounded by the sea on 3 directions. In 3 directions, so we enjoy seafood, but we do not have such a variety of different types of seafood. Is it because no one has ever begun? And then I would like to do this. That is how I became interested in blue food. And after I came back to Korea, I studied the Korean seafood industry, and then I identified several challenges and issues within the industry. Most of the seafood producers are very small in size, and the fishing population is decreasing continuously, and then aging was progressing quite rapidly in the fishing industry, in the fishing and fisheries industry, and the food trend in the world was developing quite rapidly. However, we did not have enough and sufficient institutional support. Since we did not have enough developmental capability in the seafood industry, the consumption of seafood was inevitable. And furthermore, with environmental degradation, the consumers' demand for high-quality product was ever increasing. I was not sure whether, as an individual, I can tackle all these challenges and the issues, but as I studied further, I came to see such a fantastic attractiveness and the potential and possibility of the seafood industry. And around the world, there has been heightened interest in the well-being and healthy lives. That is why I believe the blue food market is growing exponentially. That is how I started my business. And after developing a lava snack, I developed and launched 9 different products over the last 3 years after its inception. We are focusing on oyster, anchovy, and conger eel because my business is based in Tongyang, and these are the specialties of the area. Well, we have received a very positive and enthusiastic response from the United States and Canada, and we came to be convinced of the potential of the Korean domestic and Korean-made seafood product. We first started as a business with an interest in the area, and now we have such a sense of responsibility for leading the entire business into the future. Now, we do everything from end to end, product planning, the seafood supply, production, selling product. I started from scratch, so the most difficult part was to secure the stable supply of the raw materials. After ups and downs and time and error, now based on the MOU with the fishing communities, now I have the secure supply of the raw materials. I have worked so hard, and I have gained some success, and I came to realize also that I have failed to capture what is really important. I thought that if the product is good enough, then consumers would love our products, but that was not the right direction to pursue. We did not take the consumers into consideration. We believe that consumers are looking for healthier life. That is why they would love our products, but they're quite sensitive to the ingredients and the nutritional information. And as we sell products, we receive a lot of questions from the consumers that I'd like to know more about your nutritional information and the nutrition facts. And all the consumers are quite sensitive to the nutritional information and the ingredients. And we have collected customers' reviews and inquiries, about 500,000 ones. Then the analysis led us to see that they're really interested in the nutrition facts. Our target customers are consumers who are interested in their health and healthier diet, and the accessibility to such information is very limited. Blue food has gained a lot of attention around the world because of its nutritional value as well as its solution to the climate crisis. That is why we see such a great potential and the possibility. However, consumers do not fully understand such a value, and I believe this is something we have to tackle more than anything else. That is why Wellfish introduced a whole new perspective toward issues and the challenges. We decided to put ourselves in the shoes of our consumers who have some difficulties in accessing information and accessing the product itself. They do not know seafood is good for their health, and they are not sure whether they can work. Those seafood products would work for them as well. That is why we decided to enhance the accessibility, information accessibility to the consumers, and we are developing in collaboration with the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries for the seafood recommendation, customized seafood recommendation service. Now we take into consideration each individual's nutritional status and its relationship with the nutrition facts of seafood, and we have covered 40,000 different data sets for the seafood. Although we are before launch, we are waiting for the launch of this application and service. I'd like to briefly introduce the service. You put in basic biological information such as your weight, height, and so on. And if you have any underlying conditions like whether you're pregnant and whether you have any chronic diseases or whether you are allergic to any certain food, and preference is also typed in based on this information and the personal information, as well as the blue food and nutrition facts. We recommend the optimal and the best possible seafood for each individual. The mega trend in the food industry is personalization. I believe ultra hyper personalized food will be the final destination for the food industry, and the seafood industry has lagged seriously behind other subsectors of the food industry. And if we enhance the accessibility of the information, then consumers will experience more diverse seafood, and they will be able to enjoy healthier lives. And the more they experience the seafood, and they will come to know their own preference and their taste, and they will clarify their needs. Then producers will have higher consumer orientation, and they can offer better services and clearer services to the customers. And this will grow the fisheries industry across the board. We have such a long way to go, but we will continue to think from the eyes and the perspectives of the customers so that we can lead the entire industry into the future. Thank you very much for your time and attention. Thank you.
네, 멋진 발표 들려주신 세 분께
Thank you. Please give them another round of big applause for their insightful and informative presentations. We have gone through 3 presentations. We will continue with a panel discussion. We will organize the stage and for the settings, then we will continue.
5-minute break, about 5-minute break, and organize the stage for the panel discussion. 잠시 후 장례 정리 마친 이후 패널 토론 곧바로 이어집니다. 네, 제17회 세계해양
you. Let us continue with the panel discussion for the fisheries session of the World Ocean Forum. I'd like to ask the speakers and the panelists to come forward onto the stage for the panel discussion. Thank you.
네, 저장님 마이크를 넘겨.
I'd like to hand the floor over to the moderator. Thank you. I'm Ma Chang-mo of KMI. We've gone through 3 presentations. I think now you have some keywords in your head: nutritional value and environmental value of blue food, and the personalization of seafood. And how important it is to put ourselves in the shoes of consumers. And with that, we have 3 designated discussants. I think this panelist is leading of alternative meat for the first time in Korea. Please welcome her with a big hand. And last but not least, Professor Lee introduced a case study of Nofima, and in the seafood industry, we talk about a lot about Nofima because they have their own advanced laboratory and research facilities, and we are joined by the expert in smart farming, Professor Park Jung-hwan of Pugyong National University. And we are also joined by Director Hwang Jun-sung of the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries. I think Mr. Hwang is extremely busy these days because there are many issues he has to handle, and he is in charge of various aspects of the policies, fisheries policies in Korea. So I would like to turn to the speakers, the panelists first, and I would like to give each panelist 7 minutes. Let us start with Professor Lee. In this World Ocean Forum hosted on the theme of blue taxonomy, we have this fisheries session. I really enjoyed the 3 presentations. These days, we became extremely interested in what we eat. Well, as you know, we find joy in the eating behavior, and we really enjoy the taste. And in the past, it was all about quantity, how much we can eat, and then we move on to how good the taste is. Now we are talking about the value of the food with the concept of blue food. And Korea is well posed to become the leader in this field. As you know, in a month's time, we will see whether Busan will be able to host the 2030 World Expo, which seeks to resolving global issues through international cooperation. And I believe the theme of World Expo is closely related to today's discussion. The Korean experience of tackling and successfully resolving issues will be shared with other countries through World Expo 23. And there are 5 agendas for us to pursue as a nation. First is to nurture future talents, focusing on values. Rather than memorizing information, we should focus more on raising talent who can ask good questions. And second, digitalization. Korea is the digital leader, And we should be extremely good at digital transformation. The key here is hyper-personalization, and each and everyone can, using speech recognition AI, determine what he or she wants to do throughout the day. And AI will be there in order to come up with some recommendations for what to eat and what to do. I think that's the direction of the digital transformation. Then what to eat, that's the consideration, capturing carbon issues, the climate change. Well, not just food production, but also food consumption and food processing generate carbon emissions. When you cook food, then you consume energy. When you discharge the waste, food waste, then you generate carbon. So, I think, you can even say that up to 50% of carbon emission is from food consumption and food preparation, the entire food-related cycle. And here we have to see the importance of health. As Dr. Kim mentioned in his presentation, Korea is a super-aged society, and every year 1 million people will join the senior group. Senior citizens at 65 years old and older has at least 2 underlying chronic diseases, and it is quite difficult for them to know what to eat and what not to eat. Do you know what a single portion is based on the level of energy you have, based on your energy and other biological information? Depending on your energy efficiency, you have to determine how much you eat, but no one knows that. And I believe, this is something to be covered by AI recommendation, what to eat and what not to eat, and how much you should eat. Such level of personalization is required. The last is food security and aquaculture, fish farming, related to production, will be critical from the perspective of sustainability. And as you know, the food is keen on securing food supply. But food supply is not smooth because in a matter of several decades, we have twice as much global population, and there are at least 10 million companion animals in Korea. That is why we have such a shortage of protein supply. And we need some alternative, and I believe Blue Food is the answer to ensure food security. In a nutshell, not all people will consume the same food. Each will enjoy what they like in a healthier and in a more valuable manner, and what to eat, and how to consume, and how much to consume, and how to enjoy that. I think that will determine Korea's status in its leadership in the area of blue food as well as the blue food technology. And in that sense, today's discussion is very meaningful and timely. Last but not the least, in order for us to create an ecosystem, I think it's all about people. We need some technological aspects, and we need some monetization and commercialization idea, and brilliant ideas and innovations initiated, led by the private sector. Well, to that end, I believe we need some platform for first movers. And when those first movers compete against each other, then we can see the best and the brightest, and that best and the brightest will become the next Dongwon fisheries and the industries, like next unicorn or next leader of the new industry. And that's my expectation for this industry. And this is the end of my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lee. So in this era of the digitalization and also the super individualization, how we can make consumptions for value, and also she talked about how we respond to chronic diseases and also the various insecurity and how we can promote the growth of food industries and cultivate a talent. Next, Kim Yang-hee, CEO of HN Novatech, please. Good morning. I am CEO of HN Novatech. My name is Kim Yang-hee. We are developing raw materials for alternative meat. So when we first initiated researches on alternative meats, at the time, already the many food companies in Korea developed the soy-based meat. And also they had a lot of IPR patents. So we thought that we may have to target different niche market. So we looked for seaweeds in order to find out the factors that do have the taste of meat. So our product is based on seaweed. So from seaweed, we extract the substances that have the similar taste of meat, and based on that, we develop the alternative meat. And I believe that HN Novatech is the first company that succeeded in developing raw materials for alternative meat. That's why we are under a lot of spotlight. And also we extracted our substances from natural materials, natural food, and our substances or the raw materials are now drawing a lot of attention as a natural flavor additives. So here I would like to make comment from business's perspective that recently one of the foreign media said that the alternative meat has very low carbon emission and therefore contributing a lot to carbon reduction. However, it's a super processed food with a lot of additives and chemicals. As you know, the consumers are very demanding nowadays, and they take care of environment, and also they have a lot of interest in their health, and they try to make smart, wise choices that can benefit their health and environment. And in the sense, I believe that alternate meat have to be developed with more diversified natural substances so that it could be free from the stigma of food filled with a lot of chemicals and artificial additives. And with this in mind, we have to develop more diverse kinds of alternative meat, and I believe this is something that the food processors should go for.
네, 감사합니다. 김양희 대표님.
Thank you. So in the environment and health, these are the two keywords for the development of alternative meat. And I think, well, there are various issues we have to address down the road. There must be some limitations in developing the market itself. And I'd like to turn to you once again about that matter. Now I'd like to turn to Professor Park Jong-hwan of Bukyong National University. Good morning, I'm Park Jong-hwan of Bukyong National University. I came down with a common cold, so I might cough a bit. So I'd like to ask for your understanding as to that. While the session focuses on blue foods and the blue food tech innovation or blue technomy, I'm very honored and privileged to be part of this wonderful panel. I'd like to thank the organizer for having me today. Recently, I have attended some blue food related seminars and conferences as a speaker. The nutritional value of marine products is widely well known. But in addition to the nutritional value of the seafood and social value and its environmental values have been highlighted. Recently, giving birth to this new term, blue food. Blue food, this terminology has become quite popular. So as I attended various seminars and conferences, I tried to give some definition of blue food. Although it's rather embarrassing to say that blue food is loving. But from a nutritional perspective, it helps the health of the entire family as well as the individual member of the family. That is why it is so loving. And the seafood, compared to livestock industry and agricultural industry, this fisheries and seafood industry, if you look at the consumption or the production, the structure is rather different. And in case of the seafood, you do the capture, you do the fishing, a very primitive form of securing food. But you know what? The seafood industry also is involved in aquaculture, the seafood farming, which covers both the start of the livestock industry as well as the agricultural industry. And that is why, I believe that that is such a loving and love-giving industry. And seafood consumption is very high in the least developed countries and the most advanced countries. In the middle-income countries, the consumption is rather limited. So I think, since blue food or seafood is there to ensure the livelihood of the least developed countries, I believe it is loving. It is the expression of love for our neighbors. And another key aspect of blue food is that in the process of consuming the food and producing the blue food, carbon emission is rather limited and mitigated, and there are various steps we can insert in order to enhance this carbon emission related properties. That is why this is the expression of love for our planet. That is why we see such a great potential in blue food, and compared to the agricultural and livestock industries, there is such a huge room for further development. Nevertheless, there are many challenges we have to successfully tackle for the successful development of the blue food industry across the globe. As mentioned by Ms. Chung, the supply of the raw materials is one of the most critical issues, since the seafood is secured through the capture activities, and this leads to some limitations in securing the raw materials. And even aquaculture is highly dependent on the natural environment as well as the climate. And the seasonal changes would affect the level of production. That is why, although we are widening and strengthening, establishing our foundation in the market, we need to go further when it comes to the creating a stable foundation for the blue food industry. And I feel such a great responsibility in that regard. Well, to summarize my comment, as Dr. Kim mentioned, blue food and blue tech should not be seen just from the should not be seen from the perspective of the producers and distributors only. we should have a wider view toward the blue food industry to secure the supply and production and seamless supply, production, processing, and all the way to the consumption. Well, I think these days everything is interconnected with each other. That's why rather than finding and designating one ministry responsible for the blue food, I think we need to coordinate the efforts across the government in order to promote the development of the industry. Thank you.
네, 박장 교수님.
Thank you very much, Professor Park. Now, focusing more on fisheries, he shared us with a lot of insight. He also presented the big picture that includes the production and how blue food technology can be extended. I believe he really pointed out very important message. And now we will listen to the final panelist, Mr. Huang, from the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries. So, Director Huang, please. Good morning. I am in charge of fisheries policy at the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries. My name is Hwang Jun-sung. In fact, in the audience, there is a people who was my boss, so I'm a bit nervous. Listening to all the presentations, I felt that, in fact, there are a lot of criticism that go to the ministry. So we have provided the policies to protect the fishery industry and other primary industry. That was our focus. But then from 2 to 3 years ago, I think things have changed a lot. That the fisheries should now be viewed from the perspectives of consumers. And we have to establish a new platform that are based on consumers. As mentioned by Mr. Ma next to me, so under his leadership, for 5 major Korean seafood, we are now working on how to innovate the seafood production to consumption, the entire ecosystem. So what I focused before in setting fisheries policies was how to increase the sales. That was the only thing. But then, in the future, what's important is how to produce the seafoods that customers look for. And rather than selling raw food, how we can process them effectively, and also develop the production system that could be beneficial for these processed foods. In other words, there has been a major shift in our focus from producer-oriented to consumer-oriented. And we now plan to produce some research outcome by the end of this year. Another project that we are engaged in right now is to promote seafood from the perspective of food sovereignty. So what I mean by food sovereignty means that we have to respect the consumer's right to choose. Consumer's right to choose and eat the ones that they want in a secure manner. So how can we manage supply chain in order to ensure a stable supply of seafood that consumers want to eat? For example, let's say that the consumers want to eat flatfish, but we only produce the fish that are not flatfish, then we cannot cater to customers' desire. So in other words, how to ensure the stable and convenient supply of the seafood that consumers want. So building a system to realize that's the new focus for our policy making recently. Today, the theme of our discussion is blue food. We are now entering into a Super A society, which implies that the food consumption market may decrease and diminish. So that was our concern and worry. But then we found that as we move into the Super A society, in fact, the consumption of seafood will actually go up because among the elderly, there is a growing need for seafood consumption because they have to take high nutritional value food. So we are now preparing for policies to respond to the changes. Recently, we also talk a lot about value-based consumption. Up until today, as long as what we promoted was that the seafood is good for health and seafood is tasty. But now we have to prove whether it really has a value to our health and what kind of seafood is beneficial for what aspects of the health. So for this, we are planning for a research project. And regarding blue food, last year we had to establish some policy, so somehow we were belated. We were late in our move to respond to this new trend for blue food. But anyway, I met some companies and CEOs, and from conversation with them, what I found was that Korea can actually have some leadership in some blue food. Of course, when it comes to production, Korea is lagging behind. And with all the disadvantages that we have in the production environment, Korea can never become a leader. Then in what area can we take leadership? So the answer lies with the cultured meat or the so-called K-food. So by producing processed blue food, I believe we do have great potential and competitive edge to become global leaders. Of course, when it comes to cultured meat, Korea is lagging behind right now 2 to 3 years compared to other leading companies. But for the processed blue food, I believe we do have great potential. So from next year, we will launch a dedicated fund to promote blue food, and we will also conduct various research. So in fishery sector, there will be more investment going on. So, and also we will make sure that the fisheries policies will focus more on the consumer aspects. So these are the changes that we are now pursuing at the ministry. So anyway, the Ministry of Oceans will do its best in order to provide more benefit to businesses and help them. But I think the biggest challenge for fishery industry right now is the unstable supply of raw material and raw food. So in that sense, again, we also have to pursue some innovation in production system in order to ensure stable supply. Anyway, I promise that we'll do our best to be of best value to you. Thank you very much, Director Hwang. Recently, the Ministry of Ocean and Fishery, I also felt that they are striving hard to come up with consumer-based, consumer-oriented policies. And I think things will really look different if you change your perspective from supply-oriented to consumer-oriented. I have a short question to Professor Lee that cultivating human resources, I think that's very important. And also promoting startup is very important. But in terms of policies, where should we set priorities? So can you please comment on that and answer the question? I believe building successful example is very important. Regardless of what areas, we cannot have a big bang transformation for all sectors all at once. Rather, we have to identify some pioneering area, and also we have to create some successful examples so that others can follow suit. And for that, we have to provide some financial assistance and also the policy assistance. And in the past, that's why we built the cluster, but it's more about the physical infrastructure. And nowadays, the focus is more on software. So I believe in order to promote and trigger innovation, the key is produce people like Elon Musk or the Kakao Talk, the second Kakao Talk, for those who, for the areas that are not charted. So we have to develop human talents who can go for uncharted territory. And also the university should strive to provide coachings for those who challenge themselves and push the envelope. I created the food tech department at Seoul National University, but there was a lot of resistance and opposition that the food tech department, its name is in English, so a lot of people oppose that idea. And also some people raised the question that it's not different from existing major. So when I initiated this effort, however, then the Ministry of Agriculture followed my suit and tried to expand that. And also the food tech, what's good is that we can attract a lot of private investment. The existing food and fisheries industry, they have to heavily rely on government subsidy and government support. But food tech is mainly driven by private sectors and private players, and also it has a huge market. Korea is not the only country that experienced global warming or food insecurity. So if we can make successful example here in Korea, then that example is actually applicable to all countries around the world, because global warming or food insecurity is something that we all share. And therefore, young talents, we have to help them. So in terms of the finance, experience, and also policy, so that they can develop a successful model that can be commonly applied worldwide. So I think producing a good example.
예, 감사합니다. 혹시 그 김양희 대표님, 제가 최근
And I'd like to turn to Ms. Kim Young. Many people are interested in the alternative meat these days. They show such an experience, but they are not sure whether it has the economic feasibility. So how long do you think you have to go before making it economically feasible? So in the process of competition against other food sources and other alternative protein sources, you have to be rather sensitive to the economic feasibility. So what is your view on the economics of the alternative meat? How far do you think, you should go in order for it to take a leap forward? Would it be okay for me to ask this kind of question? Well, how long should I wait? I myself do not know for sure, sitting here. But what I can tell you is, through the pandemic, many people came to have some interest in alternative food or alternative meat. So alternative food enjoyed some popularity for some time now. That has cooled down a bit. But food is of critical importance. Food security is one of the crises we talk quite frequently about. Considering that, I believe alternative food will modestly but gradually grow. In particular, seaweed, such as laver and kelp, and the marine ecosystem are widely embraced as a carbon sink. helping us in responding to and preventing the further progress of global warming and climate change. So alternative food businesses, I believe, need to take some pride in what they do. We are growing slowly, but we will be steady. Slow but steady, since we are in the right direction. But in that process, I think the government's role is indispensable. So I would like to ask Director Huang for his unsparing support. And now I'd like to turn to presenters for any additional comment. Each of you has 3 minutes. Rather than saying what I was not able to cover, since my presentation was too brief, I think it might not be easy for you to understand the sensory-based and consumer experience-based product development and food development. But I believe it is quite important for you how these two are interrelated and correlated. We first use our senses like, well, the sense, the smelling sense, and the visual sense. But since before you eat something, you see that and you smell it, and this is how you determine the quality of a certain type of food, like seafood. And I believe through app service, you can show how the eyes of seafood is changed, and when the shape of the food is, when the fish is changed in this way, then this shows how fresh the product is. And such an information should be distributed and circulated. So we should be able to give some information to consumers so that they can determine how fresh and how good the quality of the seafood is with their eyes and with their nose. And that kind of services is currently available at Nofima. So with that information, consumers can make an informed decision, and rather than being too sensitive. And in some consumers may have a neophobia without actually trying it. And we have to help them with some information to let them understand why they have such a resistance to a certain type of food. And even when using this kind of information, we can help producers, because if the processing is not done in a proper manner, then we might create some awful taste and awful odor. But I don't think such a work can be done by any single business. This should be initiated by the government with the participation of businesses and the subscaled investment. This will create a large-scale consortium across various seafood producing industry. And I believe this is the way for us to go.
예.
So I talked about demographic aging and also the environmental changes and how they trigger the emergence of alternative food and also food for the elderly. But some of my comments may be the repetition of the previous comments, so I tried to make it short. I said that we have to develop consumer-oriented policy and consumer-oriented approaches. If you look at the researches that have been done so far, and also the media talk a lot about customized or tailored approaches nowadays. And I think this actually indicates some emerging trend that we have to focus on consumers and develop food that are tailored to meet individuals' need. But a lot of research show that we are somehow lagging behind in these approaches. We now experience population increase, environmental problems, and rapid demographic aging. And so I think what's important is to have a research that really focus on customer-oriented approaches and develop products that cater to customers' needs. So yes, these kind of senses, the olfactory, visual senses, they're all important, but we also have to take care of processing. And I believe that the processing and the five senses, they are somehow associated in many ways. And as researchers, I believe we have to take and conduct more consumer-oriented researches, and also from policy perspective. So the ministry and the relevant agencies provide various assistance to promote the food industries. And I believe this is truly beneficial for many people. And however, the Ministry of Ocean and the Ministry of Agriculture, they're in different ministries, and their roles are divided. So somehow I think what we need is a more integrated, unified assistance for the aquaculture. The Ministry of Ocean focused a lot on digital twin in the past, and recently their focus is now shifted to blue food. So I think more progress will be made in blue food area, and this will also be an opportunity to raise the public awareness for the value of blue food.
네, 저는 청년 창업가로서
As a young entrepreneur, I'd like to share with you my comment. There were various issues I didn't even think about, and the most fundamental issue was that many businesses were so small in size, and because of the aging phenomenon in the fishing industry, there were not many young people. Most of the people I met and worked with understand that we need to be changed, and they need to innovate the industry, and they need to work from the eyes of, they need to put themselves in the shoes of the consumers, but they are saying that, well, they are too old to do that. They understand the need for change, but they feel as if it's not realistically possible and plausible. And I also mentioned the lack of institutional support. But over the last 3 years, I realized that many things have changed. The Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries is making dedicated efforts, and they are also expressing their interest in growing and supporting the seafood industry, and various local authorities as well as the relevant government organizations are rendering support for the fisheries industry, the seafood industry. So I believe those challenges have been growing gradually addressed in a successful manner, and many second-generation or third-generation fishers are jumping into this sector, but there are still some outstanding issues. Although we understand what customers would want and what we have to do, but there are not many companies which can actually produce a tailored product. The Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries will provide support for fermented fish products and dried fish products, but in Korea it is extremely difficult to locate a HACCP certified dry fish factory, and I searched the nook and cranny of the country to locate one. It's still quite tough, but I do not give up, and many people around me do not give up, because although the change is not tangible, we can feel the change and we can witness the change. And although the change is rather slow, I think we are changing the entire industry. It's changing in line with the changing landscape as well as the changing global demand. So I am hopeful that the fisheries industry will grow even faster, the entire market, in the future.
So why don't you give a resounding round of applause to Ms. Zhang, so that in our wish for the thriving businesses of Wellfish. Now we will open the floor for comment or question. And please identify your name and affiliation before asking question. No one? Someone at the back? Can anyone give him the microphone? The person in the middle. I would like to ask a question to Ms. Zhang. So food production is important, but I believe distribution and logistics are also important. And we have to prevent the spoilage and also the hygiene for food, because this is directly related with health. But somehow I think you didn't really mention about that. So can you please elaborate on how you manage logistics and distribution process or transportation process? Right, so we are dealing with fishery products, and therefore hygiene is very important. And we don't develop the relevant process by ourselves. But for packaging and distribution, I think things have been advancing. Although I didn't cover the topic today, but I think in overall food industry, the distribution and logistics are most important part, and relevant technologies are constantly under development. And I believe we have to continue to take extra efforts to make sure the hygiene, to keep food fresh. So for that question, so yes, seafood, when it comes to seafood, maintaining freshness is very important. And hygiene is a key part for distribution and logistics. But today, we focus more on the blue food and food tech innovation. So we would like to see some extraordinary development in blue food sector, and somehow we couldn't really cover that area.
예, 안녕하세요.
Very nice to meet you all. I'm Choi Wan-yeon. I am the president of National Marine Biodiversity Institute of Korea. I was embarrassed to hear what Mr. Hwang mentioned at the start of his comment. I have been in this industry over the last 30 years. Although I'm currently working on the marine biodiversity, since the fisheries industry has been my home ground, as Mr. Hwang mentioned, transformation is truly underway. There is such a rapid and dramatic paradigm shift. I don't think we've done all wrong. Back in my days at the ministry, well, it was all producer-oriented. And there is such a shift. I've heard so many great ideas today, and then the great news too. What is the most important thing is the reliable and stable supply of safe raw materials around the year. And given the specific characteristics of seafood, such a stable supply is not as easy as in the agricultural industry. Although with the advances in aquaculture, well, things are getting better. Nevertheless, such a great transformation, well, the theme and concepts such as food sovereignty has been around over the last several decades, but now I think transformation is truly underway and is developing. That is why I am so grateful and I am so inspired. And the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, as well as the various national organizations, are deeply interested in the alternative food and alternative meat. And you started with the beans, but you shifted to the seafood. I have an office director sitting right next to me. Bean versus microalgae versus seaweed. I think, well, there should be a further analysis on the protein content. I'm so grateful that I am part of this discussion on the blue food and seafood, the love of my heart. And as I watched the discussion and presentation, I got a lot of great ideas. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you. I think we are up for the conclusion. Last year at the World Ocean Forum, we talked quite extensively about distribution technology. And after coffee, well, seafood is very actively and widely distributed across the world. It has the longest value chain in the world. So the seafood strategy, whether it's import and export, technological development is mandated and required. So that's what we considered last year. And when we took one step further to discuss blue food and food tech innovation this year.
So, blue food is not about naming. I think what's important for blue food is to prove nutritional value and also the environment value. So we have to work hard to prove its nutritional value and also develop food that can be friendly for environment. And we'll be able to see a more diverse array of blue food. So we have to take the consumer-oriented approach, customized approach, and also we have to shift our focus from hardware to software. And I believe that this will also bring about a lot of changes in the future seafood industry. And we have to pursue growth strategies that are based on technology. Over the past 40 or 50 years, the seafoods have been exported from developing countries to developed nations. But then that paradigm got broken with the emergence of Norway. So aquaculture and also advances in food processing technologies have shaken the entire landscape. And I believe that this kind of innovation should emerge more in fisheries and seafood industries. And in particular, we have to pursue the software-based innovation. And in that sense, I think it's important to cultivate young business leaders and create an environment conducive for these new startups. So once again, I would like to sincerely ask you to continue to pay attention to this sector and support the growth of blue food industry. And with that, I would like to thank you everyone for your time. So this will conclude our session. Why don't you give a round of applause to the speakers, panelists, and also the moderator for the successful hosting of the session. And with that, we would like to conclude the fisheries session of the World Ocean Forum 2023. For those who are on the stage, I would like to kindly ask you to come forward a bit for a commemorative session.
다음 촬영을 함께 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 좌장님과 발표자분들, 토론자분들 8분 중앙으로 모시겠습니다. 기념패를 전달드릴 텐데요. 이 기념패를 앞으로 이렇게 카메라 쪽으로 보여주시면서 촬영하면 더 예쁘게 나올 것 같거든요. 잠시 기념 촬영을 진행한 후 본 세션 마무리하겠습니다. 열정적인 세션 감사합니다. 네, 다시 한번 큰 박수와 감사 인사를 전해드립니다. 고맙습니다. 이것으로 수산 세션 모두 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. 함께 해주신 모든 분들 진심으로 감사드립니다. 오찬 후 1시 30분부터는 해양바이오, 지속가능한 미래성장 동력 해양바이오 세션이 준비되어 있습니다. 오찬 후 이곳에서 1시 반에 또 뵙겠습니다. 고맙습니다. 참가자분들은 모두 장내로 입장하여서 자리에 앉아주시기를 바랍니다. 아울러 본 행사에서는 한국어와 영어 동시 통역이 제공됩니다. 테이블에 놓인 수신기를 혹은 지급받으신 수신기 채널 1번 한국어, 2번 영어로 맞춰서 이용해 주시면 되겠습니다. May I have your attention please? The Marine Bio session of World Ocean Forum 2023 will begin shortly. All the distinguished guests and participants, please make your way into the hall and be seated. We provide simultaneous interpretation during the event. Tune the translation receiver into channel number 1 for Korean and 2 for English. The session will begin shortly. Thank you.
작동 여부와 방향에 따라 과거 지구의 기후에도 상당한 변화가 있었던 것으로 알려져 있습니다. 이 해양 컨베이어 벨트의 변화를 주시해야 미래 기후 변화를 보다 정확하게 이해하고 예측할 수 있습니다.
네, 여러분 반갑습니다. 이제 곧 세계 해양 포럼
Thank you very much for joining us for the marine bio session of the World Ocean Forum. We will take a group photo all together. Please look at the camera on the stage. Please look at the camera, and on the count of 3, please smile. Shall we say marine bio?
자, 한 차례 더 촬영할게요.
One more time. Why don't we wave at the camera? Yes, that's way more natural. Great, thank you. Is there anyone who didn't wave at the camera? The photo would be great. Then without further ado, let us move directly into the session.
네, 여러분.
Very nice to meet you all. Welcome to the last session of the World Ocean Forum 2023 in this track. Let us begin the marine bio session. My name is Chung Hae-ri. I will be serving as your MC of this program.
Gentlemen, welcome back. Now let us start the marine bio session of World Ocean Forum 2023. The theme of this session is Marine Bio, Sustainable Future Growth Engine. We are being live streamed online for this session on our website and also the YouTube channel, so feel free to leave your questions if you have any to our speakers. We'll address them later during the Q&A session. Also, for translation, use your receiver, tune it into channel number 2 for English. 네, 본 행사 한국어와 영어 동시 통역이 제공됩니다. 또한 현장 연사와 더불어 해외 연사가 온라인으로 참여하는 하이브리드 형식으로 진행되기 때문에 통역 수신기 필요하신 분께서는 1번 한국어, 2번 영어로 수신기 맞춰서 이용해 주시면 되겠습니다. 자, 그럼 곧바로 해양 바이오 세션.
Then let us directly jump into the marine bio session. Let me introduce the moderator of this session. President Choi Wan-hyun of the National Marine Biodiversity Institute of Korea will serve as the moderator of this session. Please welcome him with a big hand. Ladies and gentlemen, very nice to meet you all. I am Choi Wan-hyun. I am the president of the National Marine Biodiversity Institute of Korea. As you know all too well, this World Ocean Forum marks its 17th anniversary. There are 14 sessions all in all, and for the first time in the history of a World Ocean Forum, we have the Marine Bio session. And this is the first time for my institute to host a session at the WOF. I would like to thank all the participants and expert scholars, and as well as the presenters and panelists, and the participants who are joining us virtually via online for taking your time despite busy schedules. As you all know, the WOF is known as the Davos Forum for the oceans and the marine industry, and various international organizations, research institutes, government agencies, businesses, and relevant organizations get together to discuss the future directions for the maritime industry. And this has evolved into a truly global platform for discussion. And this forum started back in October 2007, and this year marks its 17th anniversary, as I mentioned previously. The grand theme of the WOF, which was created by the expert committee at the planning committee, is blue technomy. This is a theme, and this is a new term that we coined that represents blue, of the blue economy, in ocean-driven blue economy, and tech from technology, which is the tool for the realization of such blue economy, as well as the economy, which should be sustainable, since we have to continue the economic growth no matter what, as we have experienced through the COVID-19 pandemic. That is how we came up with the theme, Blue Technomy. Looking back on what we have done so far, the National Marine Biodiversity Institute of Korea as the control tower for the marine bioresources, which is also responsible for the proper management of the marine resources, has not done enough to cover the bio area, marine bio area, but I'm so glad that although belatedly, we now have this marine bio session. And I'm very glad that we have experts from the industry, academia, and the research institute to discuss ways for the industry as well as the entire economy. There are all various sectors within the maritime industry. Now, let me ask you, what is sea to you? We are living on Earth. And as we learned from the keynote speaker, the Earth we are living in is not made of land, but is actually made of water. It's a blue planet. And the surface, 83% of the surface of the Earth is water. And in terms of volume, it's 83%. That is why I believe we should call it not land Earth, but the water Earth. water planet. 80% of the entire life on Earth is marine organisms, and out of 330,000 different marine species we known to the humanity, we are using only less than 1%. Everyone dreams of the day to move into and make the most of Mars, the planet Mars, but we do not know that much about the ocean yet. Then how shall we embrace it, and how shall we make the most of it? There are various values we pursue, and there are various ideas and interests in competing against each other. But more than anything else, these days we see the great shift in paradigm moving toward bioeconomy. With the super-aged society and the increasing number of single-member households, and the threat of pandemic and endemic and all different types of diseases, now is the time for us to tackle all these issues and challenges and to move into the age of bioeconomy 2.0, which is the promising future industry. In the maritime industry, the importance of marine bioindustry is being highlighted. That is why, as one of the future agenda, the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries has set the agenda for the marine bioindustry in order to create a favorable industrial ecosystem as well as the growth support scheme for the growth of the businesses in this field. However, let us be honest. The marine bio sector accounts for only 6 to 7% of the bio industry, but looking closer, you can see that it is registering a double-digit growth every year. Although it's as of 2021, the automotive market stands at 600 trillion Korean won, and the semiconductor industry, 800 trillion Korean won. Then, what about the size of the bio industry, bio market? It's 1,800 trillion Korean won, whopping 1,800 trillion won. So this is not a sub-sector anymore. This is something which will sustain the entire global economy as well as the humanity down the road. However, as compared to the global market size, Korea's bio industry, especially the marine bio industry, is only in the initial stage. It has less than 10 years history in earnest. And as of 2021, the market is only 640 billion Korean dollar in size. But I believe by 2027, we can grow the market twice as big as what it is today. And my institute is at the forefront of such efforts.
Steps under this cup shape during formation are the acidification of the cup space to a pH of 2, the secretion of adhesive and fuel cell proteins as complex fluids, and the phase inversion of these proteins resulting in a tough spongy structure. Each plaque takes an adult muscle about 5 minutes to make. Although all process steps are critically important to the formation of underwater adhesive for functional attachment and tenacity, the discovery of adhesive protein structures like these on the screen has drawn the most attention. The sequence of a cohesive protein is shown here and an adhesive protein here. Both share an abundance of these dopa catecholic residues as well as positive charges. As a consequence, the most popular distillation for synthetic translation has been the catechol functionalized polymer backbone. So any polymer with this functionality attached to it. Knowing the chemistry is an important advance, but it is no guarantee of high performance adhesives. The speaker is aware of 4 US companies that have tried to capitalize on catechol functionalized polymer backbones. There's one that you can see, another one here, another one there, and a 4th one. These polymers all have known or potential practical applications. And note that the intellectual property of each entails a catechol, but the rest of the detail is different. In their rush to develop unique intellectual properties based on catechol, all of these efforts have, to their disadvantage, neglected the instability of catechol groups, instability to oxidation. Once oxidized, the polymers are no longer useful adhesives. The effect of oxidation on muscle mimetic polymer properties is rarely discussed, but is readily apparent from a recent study in Science that measured the toughness of cast biomimetic coupons under tension. And as the results show here in this plot, the toughness decreased dramatically by a reduction in the strain. And at 2 weeks, they were too brittle to test. Muscles, of course, recognize the benefit of using catecholic dopa proteins for adhesion. By contrast to synthetics, however, catechol functionalities like these in muscle adhesives do not undergo progressive oxidation because they are continuously maintained under reducing conditions by the accompanying fuel cell proteins. Reducing electrons and protons are provided by these insulated droplets of complex fluids that are rich in thiols and other catechols. For non-chemists, this can be re-illustrated as a self-healing glue that stays strong as long as the fuel cells provide reducing electrons to restore the damage. So what can we say in conclusion from this activity in the US? Muscle adhesion is encouraging in that significant opportunities exist for technological innovation in wet adhesion. Also, catechol functionalized proteins and polymers motivate creative synthetic mimics. Indeed, 4 US entrepreneurial startups, biomedical, industrial, and sustainable polymers have been formed. However, there are troubling caveats that need to be dealt with. A major roadblock to long-term adhesion is that our insights on maintaining catechol stability are incomplete. We do not understand the muscle well enough to mimic what it does underwater. Also, US agencies tend to fund only translational research. And this misses the crucial point that in nature all things are interconnected, and any missing links will impact translation. Finally, there is no societal commitment to maintaining and deepening the natural resource database and that represents a lack of stewardship. Thank you for your attention.
예, 허버트 교수님 고생 많았습니다.
Thank you very much, Professor Herbert. I think the connection was not as stable because of the internet connection in the United States.
So the Professor Herbert will join the discussion later, and we'll move on to the next presentation. In fact, his presentation was too technical and very scientific. It was pretty challenging to understand all he said, but for three presenters, we actually sent them some pre-question list. So one of the questions was that in a post-pandemic era, what kind of changes are taking place in the bio industry in the U.S.? And also, what are the roles that the marine biology can play to respond to global warming and climate change? And also regarding the recent researches, what kind of researches are now being conducted in relation with the marine biology or marine bio? So these are the questions that we sent to our speakers in advance. And Professor Herbert, he conducted a lot of researches in relation with mussels. And already Korean bio startups, they also develop some technologies and commercialized technologies that are based on mussels. And also one of the age-old concern, which is a sticking underwater issue, this issue can be resolved. And also the mussels can perform audition in a very, very challenging environment. And he gave us a very good explanation on mechanism behind it, how mussels could have such an excellent disability. And in order for bio industry to become an economic engine, I think we have to have a more comprehensive translational researches. And we should not overlook the fact that things in the natural ecosystem are all interconnected.
Next speaker is Professor Juan Luis Gomez Pinchatti. He is a professor at the University of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria, and he is also at the Faculty of Marine Science and Scientist at the Spanish Bank of Algae, PEA of the University of Las Palmas. He's very active in this field. As mentioned at the start of this session, due to the different time zones, but he shared his video. I'd like to ask for your understanding as to this. The title of the second presentation is The Collection at the Spanish Bank of Algae as a Tool for Microalgae Conservation and Innovation in the Blue Biotech Sector.
Good afternoon in Korea. Good morning because it is very early here in the Canary Islands. Many thanks to the World Ocean Forum and Mavic responsible for the invitation to share with all of you our activities at this Marine Bio session in this exciting Forum 2023. As an outline, this presentation will be focused on the role of our culture collection as a tool for microalgae conservation and innovation in the blue biotech sector. We will discuss about the latest developments and projects in which, while characterizing new strains or species of microalgae and cyanobacteria from the conservation point of view, these are also evaluated for biomass production under controlled conditions. Metabolites with biotechnological interest for the development of the sector are significantly studied. But let me introduce the place where the Spanish Bank of Algae from the University of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria carry out activities in the sector of algae conservation, cultivation, and development of biomass application for the biotechnological sector in the Canary Islands and Europe through the different projects that we perform. BIA is located at the marine scientific part of our university in Taliarte Harbor, island of the Gran Canaria, where we have been working for more than 30 years. From the biodiversity point of view, the Canary Islands are included in a biogeographical Atlantic region called the Macaronesia, together with the archipelagos of Azores, Madeira, Green Cape, and the African Northwestern region. Marine biodiversity is highly representative in the region, particularly considering macroalgae species which have been deeply studied, characterized, and in some cases exploited for the industry. However, activities related to microalgae, including cyanobacteria identification, conservation, and their possibilities for the biotechnological sector have been developed very recently. Moreover, the role played by algae, macroalgae, microalgae, and cyanobacteria as an interesting emerging and strategic sector at the European level by considering the amount of initiatives, scientific programs, guidelines, and roadmaps is highly relevant nowadays and is strongly related to the objectives of the blue bioeconomy. These objectives are focused on the potential of marine biodiversity and the sustainable transformation of renewable marine resources into targeted products and services towards the generation of multiple innovative applications in sectors such as food and feed, nutraceutical, pharmaceutical, and cosmetic, among others. The discovery of new metabolites from different groups of algae biodiversity produced under controlled conditions also opens the door to the development of new products, services, and related applications for a continuously growing market. In addition to these basic functions of bioprospecting, isolation, identification, polyphasic characterization, and long-term conservation of the strains, BIA develops programs for the cultivation, production, and characterization of algae, biomass, and compounds for applications such as functional metabolites for food and nutrition and health applications, algae for animal feed and aquaculture, bioactives, as an example, antibiotics, antiviral, antitumor, or antifungal activities, metabolites for the cosmetic industry, including pigments or antioxidants, process for bioremediation, environment and biodiversity, what we call ecosystemic services, or agriculture applications, such as substances for biostimulants or biopesticides, all under the frame of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. At the BIA Culture Collection, we conserve more than 2,000 strains of microalgae and cyanobacteria, mainly from the Canary Islands and the Macaronesian region. This biodiversity offers a great potential for the development of industrial applications, allowing companies, scientific groups, and institutions around the world the access to unique, barely explored genetic resources for application in biotechnological processes, representing an important and promising source of unique active compounds with potential in multiple sectors. Related to these activities, the Spanish Bank of Algae is the only official and public Spanish collection that conserves and supplies microalgae and cyanobacteria, being a member of the most important organization for the conservation of biodiversity. Also is accredited as an international deposit authority by the World Industrial Property Organization for the purposes of recognition of the industrial property and patent applications. We are also aware of the importance of a meaningful implementation of the Convention of Biological Diversity and more recently the Nagoya Protocol recognizing sovereign rights of the parties over the genetic resources and the fair sharing of the benefits derived from their utilization. The discovery of new compounds of marine origin follows a workflow that begins with the characterization of the new biodiversity identified from bioprospection and in situ sampling. It is assumed that this biodiversity will bring new chemical elements associated with potential biological activities that will meet the increased demand for alternative sources of biological-based products. Today, ex situ culture collections are also a possibility that allows access to a large potential of genetic resources, as they are coordinated through European platforms such as MIRI, the Microbial Resource Research Infrastructure, or MBRC, the European Marine Biological Research Centre. The role of these research consortia is also relevant in the implementation and development of the procedures established in the Nagoya Protocol on access to genetic resources, as we have already commented. We carry out processes covering from the bioprospection in different environments, as is seen in the examples, to the work at the laboratory and pilot scales. These examples show Dunaliella growing in salt marshes at the east coast of Gran Canaria, sampling at the Tagoro underwater volcano in the island of El Hierro, sampling along red tide events in the islands, and venting sampling of cyanobacteria, as it is the case of Limbia majuscula in some coastal areas of the islands. We work with different techniques for the identification of microalgae species, including microscopy and molecular biology procedures. It is very important to notice that many isolated strains at our collection are new descriptions for the Canary Islands, and even new descriptions for science. At the laboratory, we develop a program for selection of microalgae and the identification of their potential for cultivation and products or ecosystemic services identification. This selection program includes growth characterization, biochemical and physiological performance, and possibilities for industrial cultivation and biomass transformation. In this slide, it can be observed how cultures under control conditions are established at the laboratory scale. In the next slides, I will describe some of the projects and examples developed with microalgae strain at the laboratory and the experimental plant. Within projects like Rebecca or Sea Colors, we have studied the influence of growing conditions on the synthesis and accumulation of different metabolites such as lipids, including fatty acids, pigments like phycobiliproteins, and carotenoids, including fucoxanthin, astaxanthin, or beta-carotene, in relation to the growth phase. The effect of nutrients has been also characterized as influencing carotenoids contents in strains of Eulena or Allochlorella along the growth curve and identifying exponential or stationary growth phases for biomass sampling and harvesting. Polysaccharides, exopolymeric substances, and beta-glucans have been also identified in some strains of cyanobacteria and eukaryotic microalgae. Characterization of extracts with biostimulant antimicrobial activities from different marine microalgae and cyanobacteria have been also identified and considered for the formulation of biofertilizer for agriculture purposes. Recently, at the European project New Tech Aqua, we have established a microalgae breeding program in diatoms with interest for aquaculture feed through sexual-induced reproduction, with the aim to identify possible improvements in traits such as growth and biochemical composition of the multiple progeny generated. Possibilities for cultivation at a pilot plant scale under controlled conditions are also carried out in order to obtain biomass for bioactivities determination in positive microalgae strain. These are also developments at the project in Novalga, with the aim to identify new species with industrial possibilities to boost the emerging and sustainable sector of microalgae and macroalgae in Spain through the diversification of species and applications with commercial and environmental value. In addition, an increasing number of algal species can be grown nowadays in our experimental facilities in a wide design of cultivation systems covering different scales and degrees of control. In example, photobioreactors, culture tanks for intensive production, thin layer cascades, or raceway ponds. Moreover, the concept of biorefinery by minimizing waste generation in biomass transformation processes, and the principles of the circular economy or reuse of waste and co-products are being applied to maximize sustainability in the use of these resources through the development of green production techniques that generate positive impact on the environment. Scaling up all this knowledge and activities was the objective of the Savannah project, where microalgae with industrial potential were used for highly pollutant wastewater bioremediation processes in different locations in Europe at semi-industrial scale. Finally, we are involved in a collaborative program called Bioassist Gran Canaria, where the local administration, together with the university, is trying to develop initiatives related with algal biotechnology and the industrial level, with the aim to impulse the sector in the region, according to the knowledge and expertise developed during these last years and according to the Green Deal strategy of the European Union. Many thanks for your attention, and I welcome any question regarding this presentation. Thank you very much.
그 마지막에
Well, thank you in Korean. So fun. For your reference, Las Palmas University and my institute signed an MOU last year. So I personally visited the university, and they have such a level of expertise and sophistication when it comes to microalgae. And I listened to the presentation. I think the subject is not something we are really familiar with. I will just address him as Professor Huan. And Professor Huan touched upon the potential of biomass and microalgae, and he introduced various types of projects he and his organization have been involved in. And toward the end of his presentation, he introduced the Nagoya Protocol as a CBD. By utilizing biodiversity, the profit sharing issue emerged. But he made it quite clear that everything is carried out within the framework of the UN Sustainable Development Goal. Thank you. And Professor Huan, as I introduced, he shared this presentation in the form of video. And let me turn to the last presenter.
양력을 어떻게 읽어드려야 될지 모르겠습니다. 워낙
Professor Kim has an excellent and very diverse resume. I don't know how to start to introduce him. He's a professor of marine biology at Seoul National University and also working for the Laboratory of the Marine Benthic Ecology. He also served as a president of the Blue Carbon Task Force of Korea and has promoted the excellent values that the Korean shorelines and the marine ecosystem has. So we'll invite Professor Kim to the stage. Good afternoon. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this auspicious forum, World Ocean Forum 2023. And also, I would like to thank the moderator for his excellent leadership. Why don't you give him a round of applause? I have been serving as lecturers and presenters in many international conferences, but it is somehow a rare opportunity for me to speak in Korean. And I'm very delighted to have this opportunity to introduce to you the blue carbon potential that we study. Here you see the title of my presentation, The Blue Carbon Potential of Korea's Tidal Flats. Here you see the content of my presentation. I'll first give you some background and then move on how Korea advances for blue carbon science. Then I will share with you some key findings and discussions for future. Here you see the background, as you know, the IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. They publish regular assessment report, which comes out annually. And so they started from the 1990s, and up until today, they have produced the 6th version of assessment report. And with the 5th version publication, Korea joined the Paris Convention and also joined the global goals of achieving carbon neutrality. And then the 6th AR report said that the global warming has been facilitated 10 years earlier than the previous prediction. So carbon neutrality since then has become a global agenda that no country can avoid, and everybody should be involved to address this issue. So we talk a lot about net zero nowadays, and it's about how to reduce greenhouse gases, including the carbon dioxide, methane, and so on. And Korea is the 14th country that established legislation for carbon neutrality. And so just like its status as an OECD member, Korea is pioneering its efforts for carbon neutrality. And we are very proud of that. And recently, the Ministry of Oceans announced the strategy called Carbon Negative Strategy. And it says that it's going to build an absorption bed that can absorb the carbon dioxide of 1.3 million ton. And for this absorption buffer or essential source, the key contributor could be the marine environment. Here you see global carbon budget. About 40 billion tons of the carbon dioxide are emitted every year, and about 19 billion tons are emitted into the atmosphere, and 22 billion tons of the carbon dioxide are absorbed, and over 11 billion tons underground and 11 billions underwater. And for that latter, we call it blue carbon. Blue carbons that are recognized and authorized by the international community are 3. First is the tidal flat and salt marsh and mangrove, seagrass, sorry. But in Korea, we don't have mangrove. So maybe with the global warming, Korea one day will have mangrove, but right now we don't have mangrove. And for the salt marsh and seagrass, again, in terms of the size, we don't really have substantial portion of them. But we have a lot of tidal flats. Many people believe that there is no vegetation in tidal flat. But what's important is that on the surface of the tidal flat, there are many, many benthic animals and also the microalgae. And these benthic microalgae, through the photosynthesis, they absorb carbons, and usually they are deposited into the ground. And with more deposits being formed, we could have a greater capability to absorb carbons. Let me introduce to you the blue carbon. Blue carbon has been adopted for a long time. About from 2009, the concept of the blue carbon was first coined. And then in 2014, in the IPCC guideline, the 3 habitats were recognized as a blue carbon for the international recognized means of carbon reduction. And Korea also embarked on the study, and now the study is in second phase. Here you see the terminology. We have some high school students in the audience. So carbon absorption here means carbon storage. And carbon storage is the combination of the deposition and the absorption. So through the photosynthesis, the trees will absorb carbons, and then when the trees die and wither away, then they will be deposited underground. So combining these two, we call it storage, carbon storage. So absorption is a part of carbon storage. And we did the first phase project from 2017 to 2021. And we produced some national statistics and basic data for blue carbon in Korea that could be stored in the National Archive. We also established the methodologies for researchers, and also the tidal flats since then were included as a part of the carbon inventory system in Korea. And here you see the tidal flats across the nation and their potential to hold and store carbon. So the tidal flats in Korea store about 8 million tons of the carbon dioxide. And here you can see that the carbon stocks amount to 48 million tons. And sequestration 0.26 to 0.48 million tons per year. So thanks to this phase 1 study, we embarked on the phase 2 study. And phase 2 study is to have a more in-depth understanding about the mechanism behind the carbon absorption, and also try to find out some candidate materials for carbon absorption. And also we do the demonstration project on the site, so that how much contribution Korea's shore system or shore environment can contribute to carbon reduction. And for this, we also develop the relevant engineering technologies and so on. And here you can see the research approaches that we do. So we call it shoreline generation technology. And here you see that there are 3 types of the global living shoreline technologies. The first one is the green living, which means that planting trees around shorelines and restoring forests in the beach area. And blue living, it refers to like the utilization of the mussel and oyster. So maybe we could develop the oyster farm, and this will reduce the tidal power. And also this could create some reefs and ecosystem, and eventually we can absorb more carbons. So this approach was first developed by NOAA under the title of the Living Shoreline Technology from the early 2000s. And right now, on the entire U.S., in all shoreline areas, this project is now going on. And today it has expanded to worldwide countries like Israel, the Hong Kong, and so on. So they all embarked on the eco-shoreline project. So Korea is not an exception. We have to restore the tidal flats, especially the tidal flats with the vegetative environment. But by doing so, our goal is to expand the carbon potential and storage potential. And so this is the phase 2 project that I just explained about. So we conduct the researches on the candidate materials for storage, and also the techniques, blue carbon and living shoreline management. And by doing so, we have to complete the blue carbon map of tidal flats in Korea. And also we have to make some new proposals that can be recognized by IPCC. And also we have to do the demonstration to prove the effects of our approach. So this could be a very, very challenging work, but we'll do our best. Now, from now on, I may have to talk about something that's very technical. So the tidal flats, why have they not been recognized by IPCC? This graph explains why. This bar table shows the habitats and the candidate materials that are recognized and acknowledged by IPCC, and the conditions that they fulfill, or criteria that they fulfill. So these criteria have to be fulfilled in order to be recognized as a carbon source, absorption source. And here you see tidal flats, we have a lot of question marks. This means that in order to fulfill this criteria, blue carbon criteria, we have to conduct more researches and investigations. In Korea, we have a vast land of the tidal flat, especially on the west coast of Korea. But globally, tidal flats can really observe greenhouse gas, still a big question mark hovers here. So that's why more investigation and more researches have to be conducted in order to prove its effect, its value. And also the tidal flats, can they observe and fixate the carbon for a long time? Whether they can store carbon for a long time. So again, there is a big question mark here. So in terms of the carbon storage and carbon absorption and sequestration, in fact, the carbons have to be stored there for at least 100 years. Only then we can say that the carbon storage and sequestration is achieved. So here the question is whether tidal flats in Korea can observe and keep carbon deposited at least for more than 100 years. So we analyzed the 1 meter of the deposit so far, but maybe we could extend that to 5 meter. So we are currently developing a tool to conduct the researches deeper into the deposit. So usually the substances that are stored in 1 meter below the ground, it represents the storage of 100 years. However, if it goes 5 meter down, that shows what happened for the past 1,000 years, and therefore we really have to develop a tool to look into that part. And also whether the tidal flats can have some practical management to reduce emissions. So again, further researches are needed. And here you see, this is a guideline, a new guideline for the recognition by IPCC. And one thing that's fortunate is that a renowned researcher in mangrove, Professor Sinip said that more than 10 countries around the world have announced the review articles for blue carbons. In other words, not one tidal flat of a particular country, rather he actually proved that tidal flats in many countries do have the potential to store carbon. And also many of his research is based on the data from Korea. So this is something that I would like to emphasize. So here you can see that the tidal flats do have various potential for carbon storage, and the seaweeds, microalgae, the reefs and corals, various materials are now under investigation as candidate materials. So scientific investigation to prove the effect is very important, but when it comes to international consensus, oftentimes it involves the policy and diplomatic approach. So we have a lot of tidal flats, but you cannot just claim and demand to recognize tidal flats as official source of carbon storage because people will not agree. But across the world, there are many countries with tidal flats, like Indonesia, China, India, North America, and then in Europe. So we have to pursue international cooperation with these countries. We have to conduct the scientific researches, but diplomatic is something that we should not ignore. For example, like we can go to various international forums to introduce Korea's tidal flat and its value as a storage source for carbon. And with that, I'd like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to introduce to you the blue carbon and also the Korea's researches in this field. Thank you very much.
멋진 발표 들려주신 교수님께 다시 한번.
Thank you. Please give him another round of big applause. We have gone through 3 presentations. Now we will continue with a panel discussion. After arranging the settings, we will continue with a panel discussion. And panel discussion, we have our 2 speakers and 3 panelists. Thank you.
곧이어 2023 제17회 세계
We'll soon continue with the panel discussion of the Marine Bio session of the World Ocean Forum 2023. I would like to ask you to come inside and take your seats so that we can begin.
Forum 2023 will begin shortly. All the participants, please make your way into the hall and be seated. The panel discussion will begin shortly. 본 패널 디스커션에서는 앞서
Well, this discussion will be joined by our international speakers virtually. Channel 1 is Korean, Channel 2 is English. And please use the interpretation device for the interpretation service. Let us begin panel discussion. Thank you very much. Are you enjoying the session? We are joined by a very special guest today. I think, well, probably first ever in the history of the World Ocean Forum, we are joined by 30 high school students from the city of Sejong. Please give them a big round of applause. I think the subject might be a bit unfamiliar, and especially bio. But this will be a great opportunity for them to learn and get interested in the field of biotechnology and bioscience. I always say that in order to realize your dream, you first need to have a dream. Without a dream, you cannot realize that dream. The first step is to have a dream. So I think that is why we are so excited to have the high school students here. Thank you. And let us begin our panel discussion. Professor Huan, we were told that he would not be able to join us, but thankfully he is here with us. So I would like to turn to our speakers for any additional comment they didn't have time to cover in their presentation. And since we have two speakers who are joining us virtually, I believe after panelists comment, we can turn to our speakers. We are joined by, as panelists, Mr. Yu Kyung-man, the CEO of Science and Technology Strategy Institute, TSI. And we are also joined by Mr. Chun Byung-yeop, the CTO of QBM. And we are also joined by Professor Hong Ji-won of Gyeongbuk National University. And we also have three speakers present here virtually or in person. Professor Herbert Waite, Professor Juan Luis Gomez Pinchetti, as well as Professor Kim Jong-sung of Seoul National University. Let me briefly introduce our panelists. Dr. Yu Kyung-man received his degree in biotechnology at Korea University. He served as head of the biotechnology division at the Korean Institute of Science and Technology Evaluation and Planning, and served as a marine biotechnology deputy director for about 10 years at the Korean Institute of Marine Science, Technology and Promotion. Currently, he has established a Science and Technology Strategy Institute and is performing various projects such as marine biocluster formation and marine bio infra feasibility study. As for Mr. Chun Byung-yeop, he studied business administration at Chungang University, and he started this business after his experience at Hanwha Group, and he succeeded in IPO. And he founded a number of venture companies such as Sescom, MarketPoint, and QMTL, as well as QBM. And QBM is a company that focuses on the research of marine minerals acquired through the water sea extraction. QBM is currently working with the National Marine Biodiversity Institute of Korea to research biopeptides and other marine biomaterials. Last but not the least, Professor Hong Ji-won received his bachelor's and master's degrees from Konkuk University, and Hong then obtained his PhD from Seoul of National Sciences at the University of Dundee. And after completing his doctorate work, he began his career as a researcher at the Department of Biology at Konkuk National University and the National Marine Biodiversity Institute of Korea. And he joined a faculty member of the university, and he acts as the director of research in the Advanced Bio Research Center at Konkuk National University. As I mentioned at the start of this session, as you know, the theme of this session is Marine Bio Sustainable Future Growth Engines. Although we are at such an initial stage of growth, this is a session to explore ways for the bio and especially marine bio industry in Korea. What tasks we have at hand. And the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries and various government and research organizations should do to support such a growth of the marine bio industry. I think, well, you can directly address these questions, or, well, if you have any additional comment as to the presentations, then please feel free to do so. Let me first turn to Mr. Yu and Dr. Yu. Good afternoon. I'm Yu Kyung-man of Science and Technology Strategy Institute. Well, moderator gave me 2 questions, so I would like to share with you my personal opinion as well as my experience as the one who is working with 15 different government organizations. And there are various organizations, government organizations, which are interested in biotechnology, and we are working with even Fire Prevention Agency as well as the police agencies of Korea. Bio is a critical industry for the future of the nation, and the industrial technology, bioindustrial technology, is strongly sponsored and pursued and supported at a strategic level by the government. From the perspective of the entire bio industry, marine bio, especially the support of the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, seems to be focused on the applications rather than the basic research itself. But the thing is that we are still sticking at the basic as well as the fundamental enabling technologies and the researches. And as for the challenges and tasks at hand for us to revitalize the marine bio industry, I believe the first task is to lay an institutional ground, to lay a foundation at an institutional level. Blue Bio 2016 and another framework plan I formulated for the facilitation and the promotion of the marine bio industry, but what was missing is the legal foundation or legal framework. With no legal foundation, we created, in collaboration with the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, a comprehensive plan. And with no such legal foundation, it was quite difficult for us to secure a long-term budget, although there is marine biodiversity and marine bio-related code and act in Korea. But in addition to that, we need some promotion act. So this is for the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries to come up with a long-term strategy and the long-term framework. What is really important is to have a promotion act, because that is a special act in terms of enactment that comes before any other basic act. So I believe we need such a legal foundation, and once we have such a legal foundation, the next task is in terms of building a ground and doing the groundwork. Although we are in the early stage, I have supported the creation of various bioclusters, and I am the one who is behind the planning of the ozone bioclusters in Wonju as well. And I strongly believe that we need marine biocluster, at least in the East Sea, well, the West Sea, and in Jeju Island, as well as in Busan Island. So we need to have 4 marine bioclusters to accumulate technologies and knowledges and know-hows with the sponsorship of the government for the manufacturing, processing, and the startups and incubation and so on. I believe the next step is to create along the coastal areas 4 marine bioclusters. Once this is done, and once we have the all legal foundation, legal framework for the Framework Act, Enforcement Decree, and the administrative decree, then the government will make an investment in earnest. And there was an adjustment of the budget, and to increase the budget for marine bio, I believe we need to have a stronger ground, because at least for the long-term budget allocation, what is really important is to have a clear roadmap. Only after we have the institutional ground and legal ground, we can apply for the budget, sufficient budget, and we'll be able to secure enough resources. I have been serving as the member of an expert committee at the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries. Most of the time when I go there, when it comes to the resource allocation, you should come up with the specifications, what kind of talent you need for how long and for what purposes. Otherwise, there would not be any resource allocation. So I think the Ministry of Science and Technology is there for the enabling technology development and the enabling and the basic research. That's why I think the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries should focus more on applications, creating the legal foundation, and securing the budget as well as the talent. So this is my comment. And comment for the first question, and as for the second question, the role of the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries for the promotion of the marine bio industry and the direction to pursue. As you can see, I am the chair of the committee, member of the National Science and Technology Standards Classification System. The thing is that marine bio does not have any clear classification or standard. Many people believe that marine bio is the only part of bio, so there is no need for any specific standard and classifications for marine bio. I don't think, that is true. Unless you do the proper categorization and the classifications as well as the standardization, then you cannot secure sufficient budget to attract businesses into this area. Well, there are 2 big pillars in bio. Even within the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, there is the bioresources division and a bioecosystem resources, but they seem to be merged into one. So I believe there should be an update in the governance within the ministry. And the roles and responsibilities should be clearly defined within the relevant department of the MOF. So the first is to define the scope as well as the roles and responsibilities. And the second, this is in part my personal opinion, and this is something I share as a strategy with the relevant department and government organizations. This might be a bit controversial. Currently, the focus of the government is biomedicine, and marine biofood, and marine bio, environment, energy, and marine biochemistry. Well, only these 4 areas are the focal areas of the government's support when it comes to marine bio. I clearly understand the need for doing something on the environmental front as well as the energy front. And food, chemistry, and the chemical products, they are very lucrative, and they offer such a great economic opportunity. That is why But the thing is that the approach is too conventional, as mentioned by Professor Huan. If you take an approach as a biomass, then this is the purely bio subject. And adhesive of the muscle, if we focus solely on that, people believe that, well, this is a traditional and purely bio research item. But when it comes to the interworkings and the applications, then people believe that that is a new emerging research areas. When it comes to the scientific research, we are not leading the world. If we go for a purely bio approach, then we would not win this market and this opportunity. And in the new bio industry, is about the structure, functionality, and the interworkings of the marine bio resources. And I believe rather than focusing solely on the traditional bio industry, we should widen our perspective so that we can encompass various sectors and ideas, and we can engage all different sorts of sectors. We might be able to use the seaweed energy, but we also need to think about how to store the energy from the seaweed. This might be a great example. Due to time constraints, I'd like to end here. And another point I'd like to highlight is
so the first generation biotechnology, and now we move into the second generation biotechnology, especially the marine bio or marine mimicry. So I think we really have to make a quick shift in order to gain national competitiveness. Thank you, Mr. Yu. So he really set the stage for the panel discussion, and it was pretty long, but I think somehow he gave us a very comprehensive overview of why we organize this kind of session and why we need to have this kind of discussion. So our time is up to 3:30, right? So we have about 30 minutes or 40 minutes left. So I may have to limit the comments by panelists, so within 5 minutes, please. So Dr. Yu talked about our institutions, the frameworks, the budgeting, and also the government assistance. And we really need government assistance, and we have to establish some law and regulation. So we have the samples of marine animals, about 560,000 kinds, and we have to develop the archive for that. Still, I think we have a long way to go for a database. So we need some financial and human assistance. And this is not something that private companies can do. So government, I believe, should be involved. And also from the first generation bio, including the red bio and white bio, we have to make a quick shift to the second generation marine bio. So that was his comment. Thank you very much for your suggestions. Now the second panelist, Dr. John. I am the sole representative of private industry here in this panel. And we have many high school students in the audience. So if you want to build a career in marine biology, and if you do have a question for that, I will say yes. It's very, very promising. In fact, one of the most promising career in Korea is secondary battery. Do you know the total business volume for the secondary battery in Korea? It exceeded 100 trillion won. It really grow leaps and bounds, but I believe 10 years or 20 years down the road, the future of Korea is no longer with semiconductor, but with bio industry. That's my conviction. That's why I'm involved in bio. Then what's marine bio? Why do we have to pursue marine bio? Briefly speaking, the traditional bio industry, I believe it was more about developing energy sources. So the focus was on energy source. So between the 1990s and 2000s, because we experienced the oil shock, so we tried to utilize the marine resources to develop energy. So here energy is like energy as a protein or energy that can replace oil. And then the oil, but then that area started to decline. And recently, with the advent of the medical technology and healthcare industry, the bio industry is also growing rapidly. So I believe that bio industry already exceeded the size of the semiconductor industry. Biopharmaceutical, it's worth to be about 1,800 trillion won, and I believe that the marine bio will truly represent the big portion of this industry. And now where is the marine bio industry moving? I believe we are actually moving closer and closer toward biocompound. What's biocompound? Biocompound means biomolecules, the group of biomolecules, or the complex of biomolecules. So we have peptide and many other substances. For example, like the adhesive proteins in muscles that the speaker talked about. So this opens up a new future for marine bio. Now in marine bio, where can we discover compound and commercialize that? And how can we cultivate this industry to move toward the future? What's the direction of the R&D? In what area should we conduct R&D? So in order to realize so-called blue taxonomy, we have to establish the right priorities. So that's my comment. If you ask me the question, what does C signify to me? What's the meaning of the C? In fact, throughout the human history, C was the source of storing carbon. So the sea stored carbons and emitted oxygen. And with that, the atmosphere was formed and the earth was formed. In other words, the carbons that used to be stored in the sea are now emitted by humanity. And that caused a lot of problems. So we have to move carbon back to the sea. But is it possible? So someone talked about the sea and ocean's role in storing carbon. And in fact, the 50% of the carbons are stored under the sea. So it's actually impossible to virtually reverse this carbon flow back to the ocean by humanity. What humanity can do is just to reduce carbon emission. So oceans were the cradle of all living creatures, but at the same time, I believe that the ocean serves as a mediator that can keep the living creatures alive and also keep our ecosystem in balance. And in order to develop the marine bio and the developing policies, I think we have three considerations to bear. Up until today, we focused on efficiency in pursuing industrialization, in developing industries. Of course, efficiency is the key for industrialization. But then, the second priority was safety. And this safety, the concept of safety is very comprehensive, that there should be no accidents that can pose threat to living creatures, human beings, but also we have to make sure the safety of the natural environment. So the second priority is safety, and the third priority is sustainability. So I think these three things, efficiency, safety, and sustainability, these three are the things that we have to bear in mind when pursuing policies for marine bio industry. Thank you.
전병엽 대표님께
Please give him a big hand. Thank you very much. Dear high school students, can you see the future in marine bio? I am convinced that there is. I think not in 20 years' time, but in 10 years' time, I think that future will become a reality. Well, 600 trillion automotive, semiconductor 800 trillion Korean won, and bio industry 1800 trillion Korean won. I think the key here is to secure raw materials. And the marine bio and the bio industry, in order to grow, we need to secure a stable supply of raw materials, and the source of that supply would be the ocean. And carbon is the issue at hand in front of the entire human community. So the answer is in bio. And please give him another round of big applause. Then I'd like to turn to Dr. Hong for his comment. I'm Hong Jae-won of Gyeongbuk National University. I'm very honored and privileged to be here today. And in addition to that, I previously worked for the NMBIK, so that is why I feel so much at home. Today, I'd like to talk about the importance of microalgae. Well, there are various areas of applications for microalgae, the feed for the feedstock, and the cosmetics and the medical field. In addition to that, microalgae absorbs carbon in the air for its growth. Well, it does photosynthesis, so it serves as a greenhouse gas reduction device. As for aquafeed and biofuel, I think the key is how to produce as much biomass as possible. An antioxidant, such as high value-added materials, if we are talking only about that, in order to commercialize the scale of the microalgae, well, you should be able to produce and you should be able to secure at least 1 ton of microalgae per year. No matter how good the quality of the marine bio resources is, if you cannot provide a biomass at scale at an opportune time, then you cannot do the commercialization. That's the reality. That is why in order for the successful commercialization of the microalgae, well, we should focus more on massive cultivation. In order to ensure high yield in a consistent manner, well, you need to go through optimization process as well as the planning. First of all, you need to develop and identify the species, microalgae species, for purpose. For specific purposes, you need to select a microalgae species. And for each species, you should be able to do the characterizations and building the database what is needed for it to grow, especially in the marine bio ecosystem is different from the onshore ecosystem. There is a various microalgae species which can do photosynthesis as well as various microsynthesis. And well, we need to also work on the improvement of the species, especially strains. But we are not allowed to cultivate and grow microalgae under the law. That is why we need to take a prudent approach as to this. In addition to that, we should explore various optimal environment, for example, pH and salinity, as well as the temperature. Well, such conditions should be maintained at at a certain level. Carbon dioxide can be provided through in the air. However, landfill gas can be also utilized for that purpose. So as for microalgae, other than photosynthesis, we can use autoheterotropic. Heterotropic cultivation is essential and should be taken into consideration. And by doing so, we can increase the growth rate and bioproductivity of the microalgae. It is very efficient and effective. And acetic acid and reverse osmosis concentrate and such wastewater or other byproducts from dairy farm can be utilized. And for the commercialization, one of the bottlenecks is the scalability. So scalability is directly related to the economic feasibility of various biomass-related products. So microalgae-based products should be cost-effective and should have price competitiveness. Only then we can grow this entire market. Microalgae is PBR and is cultivated in PBR or open raceway ponds. And in the case of PBR, you cannot control the environment, but it requires a huge initial investment, and the maintenance cost is quite significant as well. 90% of the commercial biomass production is done through raceway system. That is the reason why. So between the PBR and open pond raceway system, the decision is made as to which one is to use based on the level of expertise of the researchers. And high-density microalgae cultivation is another area of exploration these days. And I think although at lab scale, the Institute it has produced various promising research outcomes which have been published by many renowned research journals around the world. And the Institute is very active in researching various other microalgae species. In order to produce high value-added materials, we should be able to use sometimes and to a certain extent proven methodologies. And the last part I'd like to talk about is the efficiency. I believe it is quite important to develop the efficient technology. There is a various other methods we can consider, but harvesting method does matter as well. So, in order to make the most of the microalgae, I believe we need to achieve productivity to ensure a high enough yield. This is the end of my comment. Thank you.
So thank you very much. You talked about the energy production and also the environment issues. Truth be told, in our organization, we take a lot of efforts to develop materials, but in order to have some industrial value, safety must be guaranteed. So, in other words, we have to ensure a stable supply of safe materials. And you said that the productivity must be guaranteed, and I completely agree with that. So, yes, we have destroyed the environment, but we are now conducting a lot of researches. And so, but in order to ensure stable supply. And we have established the physical infrastructure and so on. And for the microalgae, I think what's important is we have to ensure the stable supply throughout the year and removing all the intermittency or disruptions, and yield must be improved as well. And for microalgae that we have somehow ignored up until today, as well as the biomass, I believe we have to continue our researches to utilize these resources and grow them as an industry. So thank you very much for your comment. We have the foreign speakers joining us virtually, and I believe in the US it's close to the midnight, and in Spain maybe it's very, very early in the morning. Thank you very much once again for your time, and I'm very sorry for your interrupted bio clock, but I believe marine bio is not just an issue of a particular country or particular industry. Rather, this is a common general issue that all humanities should pursue. So once again, thank you very much for your great presentations. But if you have anything to add or any further comments that you would like to make, then I will give you some minutes. So Professor Herbert, do you have anything comment or anything to add aside from the presentation?
No, I don't, but I repeat my thanks for the invitation and express my appreciation for everything that I've learned from this conference. Thank you.
예, 정말 너무 간단.
Thank you very much for your brief comment. It was to the point. Thank you very much. Then now I'd like to turn to Professor Huan for his comment. Is there anything you'd like to add on to?
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to talk about all these issues that are very relevant nowadays here in Europe. It has been a very interesting discussion here, and I agree with many of the comments that you have already done. You know, here in Europe, the algae sector is an emerging sector. There is a very high interest to develop technology to see how we can proceed for biomass production in a sustainable way. Just one very short comment. We cannot go ahead with algal natural population exploitation. It's very important that we have in mind that the future of the industry is going through cultivation activities that should be sustainable and friendly with the environment. And I'm sure that in the future we will have everything under control for the production of both seaweeds and microalgae. And one important thing is also just to consider that the science we are doing today is a science which is applied, this is very important for the students and the new people coming into the marine bio sector. And we have in mind, we have to consider that we have to be in contact with the new companies, the industry, and see that and consider that what we are doing in science is going to be we are going to develop products, services, and benefits for the society, which is very, very important from this point of view. Just one last comment. It is true, I agree. Still, the industry and the sector is emerging, and particularly here in Europe, in your countries. You have been working with seaweed production during many, many years. But in our place, this is a new emerging sector, and we are identifying bottlenecks that should be work, and we should work on that. And one of them is regulations. In Europe, we don't have a specific regulation for the sector. We are going through the regulation for the aquaculture sector, but algae are a little bit different organisms, and we have to share our ideas, our knowledge, and discuss with the politicians and the industry how we can perform these kind of activities. Just being friendly with the environment, and we have to think how we can improve the mitigation actions for climate change, and how we can perform all this biodiversity conservation, but always thinking that we can provide new products, new services, and benefits for the society in this scenario we are living today. Just is the comment, and I would like to thank the organizers for my invitation. I'm very happy to share all this information with you, and has been a pleasure. Thank you very much.
예, 후안 교수님. 금방 말씀 주신 데
Thank you very much, Professor Juan. I completely agree with what you said. Back in 2014, I visited the Las Palmas University, and I had a tour around the Seaweed Microalgae Center. Spain ardently pursues the researches on microalgae, I believe, and also Spain is very active in utilizing the potential of microalgae, but still, Professor Juan mentioned that we still have a long way to go. So regarding the regulations, you said that the regulations have to be strengthened. In Korea, we have aquaculture promotion law, so we do have the legal background to promote the aquaculture industry. However, still we have a big question mark whether it can be developed as a raw material industry. But anyway, I hope that this industry will continue to contribute to the preservation of the biodiversity, addressing of the global climate issues, and also pursuing the social progress. So thank you very much for your comment. Thank you for your participation, as well as all the good feedback. Thank you very much.
자, 그러면 이어서 이제 마지막으로 우리 김정순 교수님 너무 힘드시겠습니다.
Professor Kim, I believe that you have waited for a long time, so Professor Kim, he is a renowned expert in blue carbon, especially the use of tidal flat. Yesterday, the keynote speaker was Professor Jeremy Rifkin. He's truly a renowned, esteemed scholar. And at the end of his keynote presentation, we actually had a Q&A session. And he said that we actually have up to 17th World Ocean Forum this year. And what will be the subject for a keynote presentation in the next year's 18th World Ocean Forum? And the answer provided by Jeremy Rifkin was that what we have seen so far for the ocean, we thought that the oceans are the sources of resource extraction, something that we have to develop. But he said that we have to take it as the source of life. In other words, oceans are not resources, rather oceans are the source of life. And it really resonated with a lot of people. And we have to be at the vanguard of such efforts. And marine bio should lead this effort. And marine bio also produced the new industry like the blue carbon. So maybe Dr. Kim, any final comment? Thank you very much. We really had a very valuable session today with a lot of great presentations and also a very significant and meaningful discussion. In particular, I'm very pleased to see the presence of high schoolers here in this session. I also got a lot of questions that what does sea or ocean mean for me? And I often say that sea means a future. So a lot of things are reliant on oceans. One thing that I found very difficult and challenging in doing scientific research is that, let's say, I revealed and discovered a certain mechanism, but then that's all. There was no further steps. But we have to utilize the principles and mechanisms the scientists developed and use them to enrich the lives of people and also to take care of the earth, to take care of the environment. And here, what's important, I believe, is so-called the phase of stagnation, or rather the policies. So no matter how good scientific researches you produce, they should be linked and developed into policies. Otherwise, all the outcomes that we produce from scientific research will exist only in papers, and they cannot benefit anything. And for example, like the biodiversity. So we have to improve biodiversity, and this requires the genetic researches and also the species researches and so on. And in the past, in order to improve biodiversity, we thought that we have to expand the number of organisms or number of species as much as we can. But that's not the right approach. What's important here is to improve functionality. For example, like with the same height, same weight, some people are stronger than others. So, which means that a strong person has a better function than a weak person. So we have to identify which ecosystem or which genes can contribute to better functionality. Of course, nature will evolve anyway, but human beings are intervening too frequently, and that has undermined the functions of the natural ecosystem. So if we could improve the functions of the natural ecosystem, then natural ecosystem will give us better services. In other words, we can enjoy better benefit from the nature. So we really have to preserve the ocean so that we can improve its functionality, which will make everyone happy with better services from the nature. And with that, thank you very much. Yes, so thank you for the great comment. As you know, Korea is poorly endowed with natural resources, and therefore development and conservation, they're always in conflicts, and we always face dilemma whether we have to develop or conservation, whether we have to conserve natural resources. And up until today, we have pursued development and extraction, but now we really have to strike the balance between these two. And I believe science does have a lot of benefit, but many people perceive science as a sort of tool with neutral values. But I think in order to address global issues, yes, the ecosystem does have its natural function to maintain the homeostasis, but with the overfishing, over-intervention by human beings, that functionality or that ability got destroyed. That's why we now see a lot of natural problems, environmental issues. And marine bio is a very important source for marine economy, but we should not exploit that. Rather, we have to optimize the production and consumption. So anyway, this marine bio session was first attempted in this year's World Ocean Forum, and I'm very pleased to see very meaningful and fruitful discussions that we had. Any questions from the floor or any questions from our online audiences? Any questions or any comments? We will open the floor for Q&A.
아차없이 질문 주시죠. 없으신가요? 자, 그러면
we are all yours. So do you have any question? I don't think there is no question, although we have 7 more minutes to go. I think our discussion has been quite extensive to cover various areas and topics. I hope that this marine bio session will develop further, taking in various expert opinions so that we can create a better environment for the entire industry, for the entire human community, and even for the next generation, like the high school students here in person. So thank you very much for your active participation. Thank you. Please give them another round of big applause. Thank you, our 2 international speakers, for joining us till very late hour. And this concludes the Marine Bio session of the 17th World Ocean Forum. And we will take a commemorative photo. Thank you very much. I would like to ask the speaker and the participants and the panelists to come forward. And we will also take a commemorative photo session with the high school students. And all the members of the National Marine Biodiversity Institute of Korea, please come forward for the group session. Thank you very much for your participation.
해양 바이오 세션을 이끌어주신 연사분과 좌장님들 모시고 기념 촬영 처음으로 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 다음은 우리 학생들 무대 위로 나가주시면 이것도 뜻깊은 자리 또 부산까지 와주셨잖아요. 우리 방곡고등학교 친구들과 함께 기념 촬영 다 같이 진행하도록 할게요. 해양의 미래를 이끌어주기를 바라면서 함께해준 우리 고등학교 친구들과 함께 기념 촬영을 다시금 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 부산까지 방문하여서 자리를 빛내주어서 진심으로 고맙습니다. 우리 방곡고등학교 친구들과 함께 기념 촬영 진행하겠습니다. 네, 너무 멋진 모습이네요. 자, 계속해서 자리해 주시면 한 차례 더 기념 촬영 진행하고자 합니다. 국립해양생물자원관 관계자분들 앞으로 모시고 기념 촬영 진행하겠습니다. 다시 한번 멀리서 이것까지 함께해 주신 방곡고등학교 관계자 및 친구분들, 학생분들 다시 한번 진심으로 감사드리고요. 계속해서 기념 촬영 이어가도록 하겠습니다. 우리 국립해양생물자원관 관계자분들과 한 차례 더 기념 촬영 진행하고요. 네, 관장님, 네, 고맙습니다. 관장님과 그리고 관계자 여러분 다시 한번 진심으로 감사드립니다. 이것으로 마지막 세션까지 모두 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. 함께해 주신 모든 분들 진심으로 감사드립니다. 4시 30분부터는 이곳에서 에필로그 세션이 준비되어 있사오니 많은 관심과 참여를 부탁드립니다. 고맙습니다. 네, 안내 말씀드립니다. 지금
May I have your attention? We will soon begin the epilogue session of the World Ocean Forum 2023. I would like to ask the moderator as well as the panels to come forward onto the stage so that we can begin. Thank you.
네, 여러분 안녕하십니까?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming through the epilogue session of the World Ocean Forum 2023. This is the last part of the World Ocean Forum. Over the last 3 days, we have gone through 13 sessions, and this is the session which synthesizes all our discussions through those 13 sessions.
Last session of World Ocean Forum 2023, the epilogue session will begin. The translation receiver is over there. Channel number 2 is for English. Now let us begin and let me introduce to you our moderator. 네, 에필로그 블루.
And this session will be moderated by Mr. Kim Yeon-gyum, President of Pan-STAR Group Chair of the Group Chair, and he is also he is the chair of the Pan-STAR Group, and he's also the chair of the Planning Committee of the World Ocean Forum. Very nice to meet you all. Thank you for joining us for this epilogue session. I also serve as the chair of the Planning Committee of the World Ocean Forum. And we are at the end of the 3-day program of World Ocean Forum. And this is a session we will discuss the outcomes of each session with the moderators of those sessions. Let me give you a little bit of background as to the keynote speaker. Let me first introduce who have served as the keynote speakers in the previous World Ocean Forum. November last year, we reached out to Jeremy Rifkin, and he agreed to his in-person presence at the World Ocean Forum this year. And the official sign-off, an official agreement was made in paper early this year. So let me be honest with you. We thought that all the things and all the works already done because Jeremy Rifkin has authored over 30 books. And he is such a world-renowned scholar, economist, futurist, and an author. For example, The End of Work and the Third Industrial Revolution, which defines the Industrial Revolution from a whole new perspective. Well, he dubbed the ongoing revolution as the Third Industrial Revolution instead of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. He promised to come in person, but only a few days prior to the opening of the World Ocean Forum, he notified us of his inability to come in person. Well, his representative and his agent told us that, well, he had some urgent family issues. That is why he could not join us in person. And he could only provide a virtual lecture. And to my understanding, well, he canceled all the commitments and all the promises he made to attend conferences in the Middle East and Europe and in other parts of the world. So I was rather disappointed. But well, looking back, I was so amazed by his lecture. Although virtually, we could see that he had such a treasure of wisdom. And he even agreed to allocate more time for the Q&A session, he added 15 minutes toward the end of the session allocated for him because he fully understood that how important the topic we are handling here is. So that was a moment for me to reaffirm that the value of the WF is recognized by the world. So I first shared the status and why Dr. Rifkin was not able to make it to Korea this time. And I think we should take great pride in the fact that the WF successfully invited Dr. Rifkin, although he was not able to be here in person. Now I'd like to turn to Dr. Jang for his presentation.
예, 반갑습니다. 방금
So very nice to see you all. As introduced, I am Jang Ha-yong, and I as the member of the organizing committee of World Ocean Forum 2023. For the past 5 years at this epilogue session, we actually encapsulated everything that was going on in the 3-day conference for the past 5 years. And this year, I have been doing this job for the past 5 years. And this year is particularly challenging and difficult that we have so many things to share that I cannot have everything summarized in 5 minutes. And also all the blue technology solutions that presented in WF, the definition of the term, and also the actual examples. Many of the very useful and substantive content were shared in WOF. So while preparing for the presentation slide for my presentation, it was extremely challenging for me to encapsulate all the things that were discussed within 5 minutes. Anyway, every year I produce this kind of 10 messages for the WOF. But this year, my approach is a bit different, that other members of the organizing committee will give you the summary of each session. And therefore, for this year, I actually want to dedicate my presentation time to talk about Jeremy Rifkin because he's such an influential figure that represents the 2023 WF. As you know, although he could not join us in person, but I think that it's actually the matter of we will put up value. And he actually gave us a very simple but very resonating message that oceans are the sources of life. And he gave us a very, very persuasive and insightful lecture. He said that the humanities have ignored the importance of water. That's why we are now having a lot of sufferings and environmental issues. And so he said that we have to go back to water to find out the solutions to the problems that we ourselves inflicted on ourselves. And the theme of this year's conference is Blue Technomy. And many members of the planning committee joined to coin this term. So this is a new term that we coined. Although the blue technomy sounds very unfamiliar and new to many people, and also there are some criticisms about the theme of this year's conference that we coined this term by ourselves. But I believe that although we didn't have the term blue technomy before, we actually defined this concept for the past WF conferences. And in order to present our vision for the direction of the future that we have to go forward. And also for the past 27 years, with the various topics, we constantly dealt with and addressed the question of digitalization. And digitalization is part of the blue technomy. So here you see the concept of the blue technomy. This is the combination of the ocean economy together with the technology. And this predicts a new era will come where the blue oceans will be combined with the technology for further evolution and revolution. So WF is like the Davos Forum in the marine ocean field. And Davos Forum gave us the new agenda of the coming fourth industrial revolution. And in year 2023, WOF, we propose and suggest and declare a new agenda of blue technomy. So we declare the coming era of the blue technomy, and this is not just a matter of the technology or economy. Rather, when it comes to oceans, the industries and economy should go together. That's why we came up with this new term, blue technomy. And this is my key slide, key takeaway. So blue technomy, what's the size of blue technomy today? So to answer this question, members of the organizing committee looked into various data to find out the answer. And what we realized is that blue technomy, including the shipbuilding, seafood, fisheries industries, as well as the state-of-the-art technologies that are combined with the marine sectors. And if you look at the ripple effects and from that technological development, here you can see that by 2023, it generated the profit of 315 trillion won, but by 2030, that figure will grow to be 652 trillion won, with the CAGR growth rate of 11%. So this will lead to a huge market. And as you know, the size of the semiconductor market is the 5,557 trillion won, but the blue technomy will generate the size of over 500 billion won, rather dollars. And therefore, industries, government, and also academic institutions should come together to cultivate this industry. Of course, semiconductor industry has been recognized as a national key industry, but we have to realize that blue technomy is in another area that we really have to nurture for the better future of Korea. Let's take a look at the market size by sectors. So the marine equipment and marine service industries, they take lion's share of the industry. But in year 2023, here you see that the marine bio session was added to the WOF, and you can see that the marine bio represents the double-digit share. Now here, the blue bar indicates the size of the market in 2023, and the yellow or the orange bar indicates the size of the market for 2030. So as you see, the marine equipment, technology, marine services, they represent big share, but marine bio and marine resources, they also have great potential for remarkable growth in the future. We didn't really have ample time to conduct a very detailed investigation on the size of these markets by sectors. So it was just a combination of the data from the three big companies. But I believe that by 2030, the blue technomy market will grow to a level that we cannot even imagine today. So for the potential and the size of the market and growth rate of the blue technomy, I'm sure it's just promising and bright. And I sincerely hope that the blue technomy will continue to be pursued in the future with the policy and also with academic researches. And for this, we really need your support. Thank you very much.
박사님께서 항상 이렇게
Thank you, Dr. Zhang, for such a great overview of what has been discussed at this forum. In such a short time, the MOF is actually in ministry responsible and in charge of finance and economy, and their role is to coordinate the relationship and the cooperation between the industry and the research sector, as well as the academia, to further promote the economic benefits which can be created through various initiatives. We are joined by Mr. Song of the MOF. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the MOF for its unsparing support for the MOF. For WOF, and my special thanks go to Mr. Song Myung-dal, Director General of MOF. I would like to thank you for your dedication and support. Despite your busy schedules, you are here with us. We started Marine Policy Session last year, and this year marks the second year of the Marine Policy Session. And there, I think people enjoyed the opportunity to hear directly from the MOF regarding its policy direction for the Korea's maritime industry. Please welcome him wherever we can. As you know all too well, we had the national government audit yesterday. That's why I was not able to make it to the Marine Policy session. As mentioned by Chairman Kim, while I was serving as the Marine Policy Director back in 2017, I took part in the planning committee of the WOF. I'm very honored and privileged to be part of this important group. I was told by someone from the Ministry of Finance and Strategic Planning that World Ocean Forum is doing all very well. And as mentioned by Dr. Chang, even the world-renowned scholar, economist, and futurist Jeremy Rifkin was more than willing to be part of this important gathering, World Ocean Forum. Now I'd like to take this opportunity to thank President Kim Hyun-gyum of the Panstar Group, and I also want to thank all the panelists and speakers for their dedication and contribution. In particular, I would like to thank Dr. Zhang for his invitation extended to me to have the marine bio session. Although Dr. Rifkin was not able to come to Korea in person, his lecture was so exciting and interesting and inspiring. I did not know that he has such an interest in the ocean. And in order for us to survive, we have to work with and we have to cooperate with the ocean. I think they highlighted the importance of the role to be played by MOF. Without water, we cannot exist. We cannot survive. I think water is of greatest importance, although we believe that it accounts for a very small portion of the entire Earth. We fully understand the need for carbon neutrality because of the climate change and the global warming. And we also understand that we have to proceed with digital transformation to become truly carbon neutral. And we also have to build a robust infrastructure, a robust ecosystem. And that's the goal for us to pursue. And in the marine policy session, that's the discussion we had, the tasks at hand for carbon neutrality and how to apply digital technologies to that end. And how to nurture talent and human resources who will drive such transformation and development, and budget and financial resources. And in that regard, in collaboration and cooperation between the advanced countries and the developing countries is indispensable. These things we do know all too well, but what is critical here is that we, humanity, should live a sustainable life while preserving our invaluable ocean, and which will help us to continue to live in a sustainable manner. And such a virtuous circle should be created, and this is something agreed upon by all the experts from KMI, IMO, and all the other international organizations, as well as representatives from the private sector. not just a marine policy session. Relevant public officials from relevant government agencies attend. If time allows, because of the government audit, the Director General level was not able to attend, but at least the Director level was able to attend a panel discussion. Since the second half of last year, we have pushed forward a new growth engine industry in the maritime industry plan. And we have launched the smart port initiative as well as the blue food initiative, and how to realize the carbon neutrality in the maritime industry. We are formulating our roadmap for that, which will be announced next month. The industry, the academia have achieved a remarkable progress in various fronts. That is why we fully understand that we have to incorporate those advances and progresses and achievements in our policy formulation process. I believe through this epilogue session, we would be able to look back on and recap what we have learned through various sessions. And if there is any need for further discussion, I will make sure that we will have such a discussion so that great ideas and inspirations are fully captured in the policymaking process. Once again, thank you very much for your time and effort. Thank you.
실장님 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much. Blue technomy is a newly coined term by ourselves, and thank you very much for that detailed process, for explaining that process, how we came up with this new term. Now, regarding the marine financing, the Song Nak-ju, from the Korea Maritime Promotion Agency will give us the presentation. Thank you very much. Yes, so I am Song Nak-ju, and last year I joined the discussion session in 2002. I served as a speaker, but this was the first time that I served as a moderator. And for the marine financing session, ocean financing session, in the past, we didn't have a separate section dedicated to ocean financing, but as you know, the financing, without financing, you cannot secure the production of ships because it's very, very costly and it involves a very large expenditure. And therefore, financing is a key mechanism to produce large vessels. And so this year, we decided to have a separate session dedicated to marine financing. Although this year was the first year that has this dedicated session, but I believe that the session had produced various meaningful significance. And general theme of this year's conference is the blue technomy. And so it involves the technological element and also finance, as you know. It involves a lot of newly advanced technological innovations. And currently, the public sectors are playing a pivotal role for the financing of the private shipbuilding. But this is not the right way that we have to pursue. In fact, the 99% of the financing comes from public sector. So, in order to explore solutions for the future, we titled this dedicated session, "The Solution for the Future." And we try to navigate various future directions and solutions. And in order to expand the foundation for financing, for shipbuilding, we had a very meaningful discussion. Initially, our plan was to introduce the innovative financing methods that we haven't tried out before. So maybe from the cases of the Hong Kong and also the Singapore. So we invited the discussants, and they may be new to you, but from shipbuilder and also the blockchain-based company, as well as from the capital market like IPO, alternative investment. So because we have to diversify the sources of our financing, and also from the European ship financing companies, we invited the two experts to think about and to talk about the current status of the Korean ship financing and where we should go. And from early this year, I thought that this ocean financing session is different from other sessions in WF in many aspects, because the other sessions mainly focus on hardware infrastructures, but financing is all about software. In other words, it's about the secondary service industry. In other words, it is to support the primary industries like the shipbuilding and the fisheries industries and so on. And most of the presentation files presented in our session had a lot of diagrams to indicate where money flow. So it was not that interesting, difficult to explain. And since it involves a lot of software solutions, so we couldn't really have a very in-depth discussion in this general forum. And also the ship financing by and of itself is a very, very difficult topic that requires a lot of expertise to fully understand. So ship financing is a structured financing, asset financing, and also project financing and international financing. For each case, 3 to 4 experts come together, and they spend 3 to 4 months only to produce the structure. So this indicates that the strong expertise is truly required in this session. So it was difficult for us to find out the right speakers for this session. So we initially planned to introduce the French text list, but then we could not really find out the right speaker to introduce this solution. So we invited a speaker from the sustainable financing, but by coincidence, actually, by hindsight, we thought that it was a better choice. And also, there are some unique aspects for the ship financing, that most of the participants are from financing-related agencies. Because financing is something that's very difficult to understand for laypersons, and lay people have to study hard to understand the gist of the presentations, and therefore most of the participating attendees were from financial industries. And we put a lot of thought on how to make this session informative to everybody, including lay people, non-experts. So in the sense, I would like to emphasize that the information, not all information that are delivered are to have equal values. And in fact, some of the topics that we dealt with in the session were very new. And I believe that there should be further discussions on these topics. So next year, if we have the same session, the ship financing session, then in order to make improvement, I think we have to bear in mind the following. First, the ship financing has many challenges: decarbonization, environment-friendly ships, ESG, ship financing, shipbuilding, transition. They're all related with finance, because it's the financial sector that deals with all these risks. And therefore, various industries and challenges have to be considered in this session. And in the sense, I think we have to put more thought on how we construct the session. And also, we should be able to find out the future challenges that we should overcome for the next 5 years. Secondly, there are several ship financing techniques that have not been introduced into Korea, but that have been in use in advanced nations. So we have to challenge ourselves to further understand these techniques, and we should organize a session to introduce them. And also carriers and shipbuilders, I believe that they should also push the envelope by seeking some new solutions. So we really need a session for that. And also the clients and banks, there are some gaps in their understanding. They are not really on the same page when it comes to the understanding of the finances. Why interest rate is so low? So they do have different understandings, and also the carriers or the shippers, they may have a lot of complaints about the rising interest rate. And therefore, we have to have some session to narrow down the gap, disparities in understanding between the carriers, shipbuilders, and banks and financial institutions. So these are sort of the suggestions for a better session next year. And with that, thank you.
우리 그 성낙수 이
He worked for KDB, and he is such an expert in the ship financing and how to connect this financing and the finance, the concept of finance with the shipbuilders, and how we can utilize the commercial banks for the future relationship with shipbuilders and shipping companies. I think that's the area you are keenly interested in. And one thing I heard while I was in Japan is that a small vessel moving back and forth between the small cities in Japan, and the vessel cost you 50 billion Korean won, and the city of Tokyo lands with no condition whatsoever 28 billion Korean won. And the rest is covered by commercial banks. And the interest rate they have to actually bear is only 1% of the principal. And to my understanding, the borrower, the ship owner, bears the cost of only 3 billion to 5 billion Korean won. That kind of local government investment should be there in order for such large-scale vessels to operate. And I believe there is a key role to be played by Mr. Song, persons like Mr. Song. Now I'd like to turn to Professor Kim Chang-kyung of Busan National University for the Marine Humanities sessions. I would like to welcome Kim Chang-kyung, Professor Kim Chang-kyung, for the Marine Humanities session. Very nice to meet you all. I am Kim Chang-kyung. I am head director of Bukyong National University College of Institute for Humanities and Social Sciences. And at this World Ocean Forum, rather than focusing on what we can see with our own eyes, I'd like to focus more on what we have to leave for our next generations down the road in the session. Because in a city like Busan, I believe the key word is a new infrastructure like a Kadok new airport. But as we talk about Kadok-do Island, we came to talk more about the infrastructure as well. So when we talk about Kadok-do Island, many people would conjure up naturally the image of new airport and new infrastructure and new express road. Of course, this kind of massive infrastructure project are required, but however, we also need to strike a balance between development and conservation, and that was the theme of the session. A government-led major projects are currently underway, affecting the lives of fishers and the local communities, as well as the intangible and tangible cultural assets of Kadok-do Island. And I believe there is a way for us to pursue in order to ensure coexistence and balance. From the eyes of the local citizens of Kadokdo Island, the nationwide and large-scale infrastructure project produce only negative effects. Now, how can we deal with that? I believe what we need is a certain model to deal with such a situation. And one of the presenters talked about the cut of Kadokdo Island. This kalimali is perceived as a seafood from Ulleungdo Island, just like that. Well, Kadokdo is known for its cod. So I think this shows us the philosophy for diversity and the blue port philosophy, and all these different ideas can be realized through the vision of Kadokdo Island as a space for coexistence. And the presentations were quite similar and focused on quite a similar theme. And one of the presenters mentioned that the Kadok new airport, the project can learn from other cases from other countries. Kansai Airport, for example, in Japan, or Incheon International Airport and Hong Kong Airport, those three examples were cited as case studies to learn lessons from their cases. What about the tension between the people and the local residents and the developers? And in the longer-term vision of the city of Busan, how can we envision Kadokdo Island? And this is not just about Kadokdo Island. We also have to cover Jinhae and Geoje Island when we talk about the marine culture and the value of the marine culture, which needs to be incorporated into this new airport construction project. And that's the legacy and heritage we can leave for our next generation. Our initial plan was to have a discussion in relation to the Expo 2030, but the timing was not right to have such a discussion. That is why we decided to focus on Kadokdo Island, and various ideas and the reviews as well as the opinions from civil organizations were truly inspiring. And I believe that that can serve as a starting point for us to think and look deeper into the ocean and marine culture around Kadokdo Island, not just the Kadokdo Island in and of itself. And this is what we are going to do. And if it's allowed, well, we'd like to talk or also about the ecological aspect, environmental aspect. One of the annual programs we do at the Bukyang National University is, although this is not truly large scale, is to create and produce maritime index. We do the online survey, and we distribute this and we post this on the website as well. Now we can capture the changes in the mindset and understanding of the Busan citizens over the years. Busan is known to be an ocean marine city and the marine capital of the Republic of Korea, but I'm not entirely sure whether people still, citizens of Busan still view themselves as the citizens of the marine city and the marine capital of Korea. And as for the curriculum, I don't think we necessarily have such a curriculum that focuses truly on the marine culture and ocean. I believe this deserves further discussion and consultation with the relevant department at the Busan City Government and the Busan Educational Board. But while this is another area we will explore further, the marine and ocean-related education program. So in that regard, I'd like to ask for the cooperation from the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries. Thank you very much.
So the Bugyeongdae task force team I think added the flavors of the humanities to our forum. So, for example, like the history as well as the humanities studies aspects. And a lot of people find it very interesting. And also we have the Korea's best expert in shipbuilding who can give us a very clear overview for the shipbuilding session. So President An Kwang-hwan, he will give us overview of the shipbuilding session. President of Korea Shipbuilding and Offshore Engineering, Mr. An Kwang-hyun. Good afternoon. As introduced, I am An Kwang-hyun. Last week I was in Greece and the US, and yesterday I came to this Lotte hotel, and this morning I was in Mexico. And so for 4 consecutive times I delivered the same messages. For the past 2 weeks, I thought that things are really working well, and we are sort of lucky with this coincidence. Because what we are talking about right now and also all the things that we discussed in the session were about climate change and how we respond to that. Simply put, last week in the US, I mentioned that the best solution for climate change is not about making carbon zero, because then we cannot even breathe out, and there will be no living creatures, no plants on the earth. And what's interesting is that the theme of this year's conference that we decided, that's the blue technomy, and it's the combination of the blue ocean technology and economy. And I believe that this is truly aptly named. So, in order to achieve blue technomy, every relevant industries should go hand in hand. And not just industries, humanities, and ecosystem, they all should go hand in hand. So far, up until today, I've been working for the shipbuilding industry. I worked on the ship design, developing fuel propulsion system. I was also involved in the marine sector and logistics industry. And in this year's session, I actually realized 2 things from presentations by other speakers, that the way we respond to climate change, many people think in a too simplistic way that if we resolve 2 or 3 issues, then things will just be addressed. But it's not just about that simple task. So decarbonization, I'm sure it's really, really a difficult challenge. And as we move toward the future, things will be more convenient and humanity should be able to enjoy a better life. But somehow
we are going backwards. So the decarbonization is really difficult to achieve. And many speakers this year said that the digitalization and decarbonization, again, they emphasize that they are truly the conundrum that we cannot easily solve. So when it comes to digitalization, Korea does have an excellent infrastructure, and we have the prevalent access to Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi for Korean people is really easy to use them. But in the shipbuilding section yesterday, we talked about the Wi-Fi connection, especially for the navigation system and so on. And we believe that Korea could be a leader in this sector. But there are some countries, in fact too many countries, where Wi-Fi access is still restricted. So out of 100, let's say 20 countries, I think there are less than 10 countries where you can have free Wi-Fi access everywhere. And also decarbonization, it's not just about mitigating carbon emission. So the carbon dioxide and greenhouse gases, all these gases have to be reduced. And blue taxonomy is the combination of economy and technology. I actually asked a question during the keynote session by Jeremy Rifkin. Like he said that eventually our solution will be with water, but in that process, toward that destination, yes, technology could be ready, but what about economic feasibility? If economic feasibility is not fulfilled, then what can we do? He said that the economic feasibility is something that we can achieve 20 years or 30 years down the road. When the computer was first invented, we actually had a very big computer, and it was very, very expensive. So I had a sideline job at the time, and I had to spend 3 years working to purchase one computer. But nowadays, the computer is very affordable, that we can easily buy that. But it took 40 years for a computer to price to go down to that affordable range. So in the past, it took the 10 years or 50 years to achieve that economies of scale and achieve price affordability. But the technological innovation is now being facilitated. So maybe within a year, or at least by 2030, we'll be able to achieve economic feasibility. So what took 10 to 50 years in the past will take only 1 to 5 years nowadays. So we took the order of the LNG power ships, and currently we are building hundreds of LNG power ships. And also last week in Greece, I talked about the ammonia, the zero carbon ships, and I actually won the contract for that. So here you can see that things are progressing really fast. So are we really prepared for that? And somehow I think that we lag behind, and we cannot keep abreast with the market changes, because market is changing at super fast speed, at a breakneck speed. And therefore our technological excellence and development should be facilitated in order to prepare us for the coming era. And digital transformation is now under rapid evolution. You know, the cell phones, YouTubes, Facebooks. I think it was only 10 years ago that we started to use this. But if you look at the digitalization in the shipbuilding sector, What's worrisome is about the work-life balance, regulations, and high labor cost. We have excellent technologies, we have great economic feasibility, but the question is that they have to be realized with human labor. But we have the big problems of high labor cost. The vessels with the state-of-the-art decarbonization technologies, once they are constructed, then 90% of the entire ships on the sea. However, they don't have captain, they don't have seafarers, they don't have crews to operate the ship. There is no logistics, in other words, we don't really have the human expert with expertise to operate these new types of ships. And therefore, I believe that the conference gave us a lot of food for thought. And in the end, climate change should be addressed not just by technological advances, but we also have to think about economics. And all the cost will eventually be borne by us. This is something that we have to pay for. So in our preparation for the future, so with the Industrial Revolution 3.0 and 4.0, things have changed a lot. So what we have to think about, it's not that this is not the issue of a country, not the issue of a company. Rather, this is the issue that everybody should be involved and tackle together. Otherwise, Korea will lose its supremacy in shipbuilding sector and logistics industry. All the technological legacies will lose our power. In our transition to green fuel, all the vessels were constructed, almost 99% were constructed in Korea, delivered from Korea, spread Korean technologies worldwide. So this is because Korea is very fast in keeping abreast with the changes. But in yesterday's shipbuilding session, the Dr. Satguri, he was involved in the shipbuilding sector for more than 40 years. And he's truly a renowned expert in this field. And he gave us a very important food for thought. What is? That is soft skill and hard skill. And I believe that it really delivers big significance, because what we have focused on so far is too much on soft skills. But the hardware infrastructure skill is something that we have to have as a basis. And with this solid foundation, we have to pursue soft skills. But somehow we ignore the foundational technology, which is hard skill. So in order to cultivate hard skills, the academia, universities, government, and the general public, they should all work together. But somehow some people believe that it's just the responsibility of a few people. So I was reminded of the importance of soft skills and hard skills and how we strike the balance. I believe that some people may not be that comfortable listening to what I say, but I think current challenges that we face, they should be shared quickly and addressed quickly. And also this kind of discussion and forum should be able to deliver key insights to industry and also to the general public so that we can make advances for the brighter future. Earlier, we invited a demographer for a lecture. And by 2040, Korean population will be reduced by 25 million. And so the only large cities will remain and all the rural areas will go away. Because of the lack of population, many universities will be closed down. 10 years down the road, if the elderly pass away, then things will change a lot, and we will experience a huge shift in demographic structure. And I think that the same threat is existing in shipbuilding sector as well, so we have to be prepared.
to address these threats. For shipbuilding and shipping sector, Korea is a global leader. However, port and shipping industry should also be advanced further, and regulations should be devised quickly, and standards have to be established so that we can keep abreast with the changes in the market and industry.
Thank you, Doctor. There's some people who could not join us today. I think so. We have a sufficient time to listen in. Whenever I have a discussion with Dr. An, we set the agenda for the discussion. Without hardware, the software would be meaningless. And even if our shipbuilding industry advances without any economic gains, the advances in the industry would not produce any fruits. There is a saying that in the development of the shipbuilding industry, the rapid development, high-paced development of the shipbuilding industry has been dominated by Korea. I think Korea is by far the leader in the shipbuilding industry. But in 10 years' time, China would overtake Korea. And although this was not addressed yesterday, that is the reason for the war, the confrontation between camps. To contain China, so that China would be forced into succumb to the global order. That is why the United States and Europe are united against China in order to pressurize China into the global standard and global order. I thought about asking this kind of question, but I think this question might be too much. But many people are saying that the Korean shipbuilding industry will be overtaken by China in 10 years' time. And that concern, I think, was well expressed in the comment by Dr. An. And Korea is at such a delicate crossroad. Rather than focusing on one part too much, we have to strike a great and delicate balance. And in order the current war being waged not to escalate into a global war, we have to watch closely who will take the technological hegemony. Well, thank you very much for your insightful comment. This year, we marks the second year for marine design. And Park Jae-hyun was the moderator for the marine design session. When we put out Blue Technomy, Mr. Park was the one who voiced his opinion in very strong manner. I'm sorry, instead of Park Jae-hyun, I would like to... I'm sorry, but that's Mr. Park. I was not that serious. But that day, when I made my comment, he was not that happy about it. So I thought and regretted so hard that I should have not said that. I did not prepare any script, so I'll be very brief and to the point. Yesterday, we had the marine design session at this very place in this hour. And the theme of the marine design session was the shipbuilding and marine industries and safety design. We invited representatives from various organizations, design companies, and large corporations based in this area to give you an overview and a summary of the session. From the Korean Maritime Transportation Safety Authorities, briefed us on the safety accidents in the shipbuilding and the marine industry, diagnosis and problem solving. Over 90% was a ship-related accident. So Mr. Park Ho-sang, the head of a Department of Maritime Safety, introduced statistics quite extensively as to the safety accident. And a speaker from the Korea Institute of Ocean Science and Technology introduced the overview of the maritime safety and disaster prevention simulation using digital twin technology. And you can do the extensive testbed using digital twin technology, and then you can actually apply it offshore. And he shared with us various case studies, and he also featured some of the very impressive video clips as well. And the Secretary Director will push me so hard to find a good, capable speaker and someone from the industry. And we successfully identified our speaker from K Shipbuilding, Mr. Lee, and he introduced various ideas as to safety innovations through the design application of cyber resilience in smart ship. Cybersecurity is of greatest importance in the case of large-scale smart vessels. If any large-scale vessel would stop in the middle of the sea, then it will cost a fortune for anyone to restore the system. And not just the ship owners, but also shippers as well as the researchers would work really hard in order to recover and restore the vessel. That is why he emphasized that we have to work across the board from end to end. And the last speaker was a doctor from the Korea Institute of Robotics and Technology Convergence. And he highlighted the various projects that he has been working on, including the guard for the propeller of a vessel in order to ensure no injuries or accidents on the part of the divers. And he mentioned that advances in the standard manufacturing technology for marine leisure vessels and safety support robots will prevent any skin scuba-related, diver-related accidents. And this diver suit was one of the items currently covered by the project. And to give you my feedback as to the sessions, as mentioned by Mr. Kim, last year we had the first ever marine design session. The session was about subscale vessel design, and so many people attended, and the response was so enthusiastic. And even after the session, the panelists as well as the speakers drank together, and we agreed to start and embark on a new project. And we actually won 5 billion Korean won project after last year's session. And this year, turnout was not as high as this year, but this year's session, the speakers and the panelists will express their interest to work with another participating organization, like KIRO, the Korea Institute of Robotics and Technology Convergence, talked about the project which monitors the vital signs such as the iris movement. So if there is any safety sensor is attached inside the goggles, then they can properly monitor the vital signs. But they want to improve the design, so they asked me to work with Kivo And the K-ship building also presented an idea for collaboration for social contribution and corporate social responsibility activities. In addition to that, a speaker from Kiosk asked me to work with Kiosk on a certain project. So I identified 3 new business opportunities and 3 new collaboration opportunities. This year marks the 17th anniversary of World Ocean Forum. And it's been 17 years since I started to work for my council, Design Council Busan. Well, when I saw the first ever inaugural World Ocean Forum, I was so mesmerized. And now I have the honor of serving as the moderator of this session. And with in the presence of business leaders and technology leaders and experts, we consider what we can together. That's very important, but I think what the Old Ocean Forum can offer is to realize various ideas and opportunities for organizations like a Design Council Busan, whether it's a private investment or public investment. If we can turn ideas into actual and tangible opportunities. You know what? This is my dream come true. I plan to make the most of this opportunity to secure as many actual projects as possible. But, mission completed for now, for this year. Then next year, if I would be given an opportunity to serve as a moderator, then I can say that, last year's World Ocean Forum granted me 3 opportunities for a new collaboration project. And yesterday, one of the participants asked, is there any relationship between design and safety? Would it be possible to correlate the two? Well, people would say that, it looks good, then people believe that's the end of the design because, design itself was introduced as a skin design in the field of shipbuilding. So, for the most part, people do not know much about the design, what design really means. So, if anything is looking good looking, then people believe that the design requirement is met. But these days, design is moving in the direction of a human-centric configuration. You can adjust the scope of the range of movement, and you can enhance the feature. So I think the approach to design is quite different from what it was like in the past. So I would like to ask for your continued support and interest. And then I believe the design session will present more valuable insights to the audience. Thank you.
So that was the comment by Mr. Park, and at the end of his comment, I think he gave us a very important message. The last year when we organized this session, we had a lot of concerns that how can we connect the World Ocean Forum and marine design? But I think this year we found a clear answer. That last year we talked about the human-centered design. So in other words, not just the skills, we have to develop the human understandings. Design, because it's all about people, that we have to make sure that people can stand properly and ships can navigate smoothly. So in that sense, we have to take human-centered approach. And in fact, this is the message that he highlighted last year. And then this year, we introduced some business outcomes. And I sincerely hope that he could be with us for the next year, 18th World Ocean Forum. Next, we would like to invite the Ma Chang-mo, director of the KMI, and he will give us the summary of the fisheries session. I believe that the fisheries session took some new approaches this year. So up until today, we talked about the food and also the shoreline aquaculture and so on. But this year we had a very interesting topic. So, yes, I am Changmo from KMI. One of the audiences told me that one of the perennial concern of the fisheries industry was never brought out in the session. So whenever we have the sessions and discussions on fisheries, in fact, there was a lot of criticisms and all kind of concerns were brought to surface. But this year was different. Our session was different. That we focused rather our discussion on blue food and blue tech. And in fact, I actually wasn't that clear about the definition of these terms. But then listening to the presentation, I realized that if things look not tasty, if things are not tasty, then people will never take it. So we have to develop foods that have the nutritional value that look tasty and delicious. And also depending on who take it, in fact, the values could differ. And also metabolism can all be different. And so the conclusion of our session was that we should no longer take the supplier-based, supplier-centered approach. Jeong-Gyeol from Wellfish, she is an entrepreneur in her 30s, and she gave us a very clear message that she started her career as a supplier-oriented approach. But then by researching and investigating consumer demand, she found an answer, which was that we have to take the tailored approach. In other words, we have to look at all the underlying diseases that people do have, weight and the body conditions that people have. And we have to provide foods that cater to the needs of the individual. And that's where the future of blue tech lies. And also for seafood, we don't really have to catch them in the wild sea or grow them in the farm. Rather, as long as the food do have the nutritional values and suitable for the elderly or for citizens or for people with cardiovascular diseases, then we can utilize various technologies to produce alternative food. And about 2 weeks ago, I visited Stockholm, Switzerland, to participate in SIVOS Forum, and we had a combined workshop with the Scotland scientists and the U.S. scientists, and they came up with the name Blue Food. So they they built a very large protein database, and they did the analysis, and they found that seafood do have better protein value, less environmental footprint than animal-based protein. So they call them blue food. And today we had some discussion on what kind of policies have to be developed to promote blue food. And by hindsight, last year, we said that the trade environment has shifted from tariff-based to regulation-based. So in other words, there were major shifts in regulations and norms in terms of the ethics and environment and ESG. And however, nowadays consumers are even more demanding that they not just talk about ethical or environmental values, they also take a look at whether the food is really a perfect fit for them. And therefore, we have to take the consumer-oriented approaches to develop foods that really cater to the preferences of consumers. And I think that this was the very important message that we shared in our session. And also, we had a presentation by companies which produce the alternative meat. In fact, they do have a very promising business model, but right now they cannot be profitable. And therefore, how to help them sustain their business, I think this is another task that we have to tackle.
Dr. Ma makes new attempts every time in reaching World Ocean Forum every year. Thank you, Dr. Ma, for such a great insight. So you can even grow fish even onshore And this time, you took one step further, saying that you don't necessarily need to find protein out of the sea. Now, I would like to talk to Dr. Yoon Ju, who moderated the cruise session. You are all interested in cruise, and how can we develop Busan into a home port for cruise vessels and to promote a Korean-style cruise industry? And she is such an expert with an in-depth knowledge in this field. And so would you please introduce what was discussed in the session? She is such an outstanding person. Very nice to meet you all. I am Yoon Ju. I'm an Associate Research Fellow of Tourism Industry Research Division of Korea Culture and Tourism Institute, KCTI. Various topics and themes have been covered, and the cruise industry, I think, is not as big as other industries that discussed at this World Ocean Forum. But I think about the significance of the cruise session at the World Ocean Forum is quite considerable. Although this forum was held under the theme of blue technomy, I think we like to focus more on economy rather than trying to strike a balance among those three concepts, because in terms of the industrial development, we are only in the initial stage. Although we have 5 ports in Korea where vessels stop at, well, those ports can accept and receive cruise vessels. However, whether that is economically feasible, that's the question in the minds of many people. That is why our ultimate direction is to have a home port for cruise vessels in Korea. And we had 2 presentations, and we had experts from the industry as well as from various sectors and the industry, the research organizations, and we also had a professor. We cannot ignore China. That is why we invited a speaker from the Chinese government, from Chinese-speaking area, well, the Singapore Tourism Board. And we continued our discussion, but that didn't go deep enough. We talked about qualitative growth we have to achieve, not just quantitative growth. And what is important is to secure domestic demand. Well, one of the idea which was put up is to have the own cruise vessel to run the country's own cruise vessels and cruise fleet, and that will serve the development of the home port within the country. And the requirements for a home port and various definitions of the home port were covered by the next speaker. Infrastructure is something we definitely need to have, and we need a domestic demand, and domestic demand is not enough. Well, through various channels, we should be able to secure additional international demand. And within terminal, a certain ecosystem for cruise tourism should be built. Now, within the discussion, one of the things highlighted is that, as a conclusion, national flag vessels, flag cruise, in whatever form that will be, whether it's a hapag-Lloyd or something like that, there should be existing supply or the stable supply. Only then we can have the versioning and we can have a full-fledged cruise industry. We had panelists from Costa Cruise and Princess Cruise. Well, Costa started as a charterer. When they worked as a charterer, I think, well, they stopped at Korea only 8 times, but next year their plan is to increase the port stop to 12 times. That means there is a domestic demand in Korea for sure. But how can we respond to that with a sufficient infrastructure? The same opinion was made by the representative from Princess Cruises, taking an example of other ports to stop at. he also highlighted the importance of the infrastructure. And another speaker from Vladivostok Sea Terminal, as to our strategy, well, he said that he would root for us, but there are various conditions to be met. What is important is to have a flagship and various preparations in order to accommodate various vessels from across the world. And a section chief from the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries highlighted that we have begun quite recently to receive cruise vessels from other countries after since the outbreak of the pandemic. And things are getting better in terms of the demand and the market movement. But the conclusion is that we need some flag vessel and flag carrier, flag cruise vessels, and that's the direction we have to pursue for the time being, and that's the preconditions we identified. Dr. Chang, when he shared his presentation materials, well, there is a graph for each industry, and I will do my best in order for the growth of the cruise industry so that we can be incorporated in that bar chart as well.
So I do have a lot of things to share personally, but regulations are somehow left behind, and they don't keep abreast with the changes. The Ministry of Oceans, they worked so hard to produce a megaport and wharf in various cities across the nation. So establishing a wharf cost us about 500 billion won. So finally, we have all the physical infrastructure in place. Now what we need is vessels and ships. And I believe that the Director Song Myung-da is highly interested in this topic. So now let's say we have all the hardware physical infrastructures in place. So let's move on to talk about the regulations in ships and vessels. I believe that Korea should develop more regulations and standards for ships and vessels, and I would like to express my gratitude to Dr. Yoon Ju organizing a great cruise session. Our time is almost up. Last but not least, I would like to invite Mr. Choi Wan-young and for the World Ocean Forum. In fact, he's a new member. So he's the president of National Marine Biodiversity Institute of Korea. He held a very high-ranking position at the Ministry of Fisheries before, and I found that he's very, very passionate. And as mentioned by Dr. Ma, who talked about the blue food. So eventually, I believe what we have to realize is the great potential of the oceans, but oceans are uncharted territory for us. Oceans to have deep sea, where we have to explore a lot, and also various food can be secured and developed from ocean. So in that sense, we will listen. President Choi Wan-young of National Marine Biodiversity Institute of Korea. When it comes to the marine bio, it's emerging only recently, and also our institute is a young organization. But we have several roles to play. First of all, we have to promote the value of this industry and promote the value of our institute. So I'm very privileged to be part of this renowned forum. World Ocean Forum 2023. As you know, the WOF is a Davos Forum for marine sector. And this is my first time to join this forum, and it was pretty good experience. So I would like to thank the organizer and the chairman for giving me this great opportunity. So what I can say here is that if you look at the history of humanity and the history of ocean, in fact, I think it was the history of struggle between development and conservation. One of the panelists in our session said that the history of the Earth is the history of carbon accumulation, and I found it very valid. And so we started with the bioresources, but then in the end, the humanities emit a lot of carbons, which destroy the ocean environment. And as we mark the 17th forum, we have had many participants. But this year, we had a very special guest, that we had high school students coming from the city of Sejong, traveling all the way down to Busan. And they listened very carefully. They lent a serious ear to all the presentations and discussions. And also we had the members of the Bioindustry Association joining our session. And when I first joined this conference as a member of the planning committee, I put a lot of thought on how to promote the marine bio to people who have been working in existing industry for a long time. And at the time, I shared the example of the chairman Lee Jae-yong of Samsung. When he was a vice chairman, he put a lot of thought on what the future of semiconductor is. And I think likewise, we have to think about the future of Korea. And I believe the answer truly lies with bio. So especially after the COVID pandemic, bio industry is really emerging so strongly that the automotive industry value, it's worth to be about 600 trillion won. What about semiconductor? It has the market of 800 trillion won. What about bio? I believe the number truly speaks for itself, that the bio has the market of 1,800 trillion won. And one of the panelists today mentioned that so in this 1,800 trillion won of the bio market, what's important is to secure stable supply of raw materials. And raw material itself constitutes 540 billion worth market. However, the organisms, resources extracted from ground, onshore environment, they do have their limitations. However, marine environment is different. There are a lot of marine resources and organisms, they survive in much harsher environment than land-based animals. And so they could have enormous values. And also the marine biology represents 90% of the Earth's biology. And resources that you use, we humanities use, represent less than 1% of them. And marine bio takes up only 6 to 7% of the entire bio industry, but they are enjoying high growth of over 10% annual growth rate. So last year, we finally launched the Marine Bio Industry Association.
but within less than a year, our membership also grew rapidly to 50 around. And this year, the title of our session, and so we try to present the potential of the marine bioindustry as the future engine. And we found that as for the bioindustry, there is a red bio, in other words, pharmaceutical bio, and second is the green bio, so bio in relation with the agriculture and food, and third is the white bio that's related with the chemical industry. But in our discussion, what we talked about is that we have to move away from traditional bioindustries to venture into the new type of bioindustry or marine bio sector. So we said that we have to secure sovereignty for our marine bio resources, and our institute is at the vanguard of such effort. But under the current situation, I thought that we really have to diagnose ourselves, and in that sense, I think Marine Bio session was a great opportunity for us to reflect on ourselves. So although the marine bio has a short history of less than 10 years, but we really have to think about what we can do for the next 100 years. How to overcome future uncertainty, how to reduce future risk. This is something that we should all muster our wisdom together. So we were joined by experts from industry, academia, public, and also the government organizations. And European countries are leading in the development of the marine bioindustry, and they process raw substances that they extract from the sea and process them to be used as materials for industries. As you know, some species from China attack aquafarm in Korea every year. And so we have developed various methods to fight against these attackers. We even developed some special feed to kill them. And especially when it comes to the marine animals, they also have some seasonality, and therefore in order to be used for industrial materials or food, safety and stable supply must be guaranteed. In other words, year-round stable supply of safe food or safe substances should be guaranteed. So if we could overcome this barrier, then I'm sure that marine bio does have a huge value. If you look at the production volume of seaweed, it's over 500,000 tons. And most of the seaweeds, they are sold at very, very low price. So with the processing, like drying and also food processing, then the price of the products can go up. So, for example, like wet seaweed, it's just like, let's say, 1,001 or $1 per kilo. But if it goes through the multiple steps of the processing, then the price can go up very high. And therefore, we really have to shift from the traditional bioindustry to a more added value industry. So again, it was really my privilege to be part of this great forum. And it was really a great opportunity to look back upon what we have achieved in marine biosector to think about how we can move forward.
최완현 관장님 고맙습니다. 저희
Thank you, Dr. Che, for your overview. And thank you for being part of the World Ocean Forum. You have shown us the way to better understand marine resources. I'd like to know whether there is anyone who has a burning question to the members here on the stage. Well, since there are so many people raising their hand, I say no, we don't have time. Well, this is the time for us to look back on what we have achieved at the World Ocean Forum and to set the direction for us to go down. And I hope the everlasting development of the World Ocean Forum, although some people could not join us today, I really appreciate your hard work and dedication over the last 1 year for this 3-day forum. And this concludes the epilogue session. Thank you. Thank you very much for your passion and enthusiasm for the World Ocean Forum till the end of today's program. Thank you for staying with us till the end of today's program. With this, we conclude the 3-day program of the World Ocean Forum. And now we would like to take a commemorative photo. Please come forward onto the stage so that we can take a group photo. Thank you very much for staying with us till the very end of the World Ocean Forum. And with the conclusion of the epilogue session, we will wrap up the World Ocean Forum 2023. If there is anyone who would like to join us for this commemorative photo session, please do not hesitate and come forward for this group photo. Thank you.
제17회 세계해양포럼을 성공적으로 이끌어주신 주역분들과 함께 마지막 기념 촬영을 진행하겠습니다. 작가님 예쁘게 담기고 있나요? 네. 우리 해양 외치면서 한 번 더 힘있게 갈까요? 하나, 둘, 셋, 해양! 화이팅! 네, 고맙습니다. 너무너무 고생 많으셨습니다. 다시 한번 2023 제17회 세계해양포럼 성공적으로 이끌어주신 모든 분들께 또 함께해 주신 모든 분들께 감사 인사드리면서 행사 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. 내년 포럼에도 많은 관심을 부탁드립니다. 고맙습니다.